Testing.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Thank you, folks. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties here. We will get started as soon as possible.
Sorry for the delay. Before we actually get the meeting underway, is that feedback? Okay. I have a public service announcement to make. My name is Meg Reeves, and I, as of today, am the former chair of the Water Resources Commission. And a little background, I've been chairing the commission for 5.5 years. And
Can you start over?
I'm just kidding. And I've been wanting to step back for a while. And it took a little while, but Governor Kotek has made an appointment to chair the commission. Eric Quemps is our new chair. And before I turn the gavel over, which he'll no doubt handle much better. I mean, literally the gavel handled better than I was able to. I want to say two things. I think this is a fantastic appointment. I'm very excited for new leadership for the commission. And I want to thank Eric for his willingness to serve in this capacity. So Eric, take it away.
Thank you, Commissioner Reeves, and thank you for the kind words. I also want to thank Chair Reeves or Commissioner Reeves for her tenure as chair of the commission, and want to say that I'm very glad that she's continued to stay on the commission. I understand she wanted to step back from the chair role, but I'm very happy she's still on the commission and appreciate her service. My goal is to, as a chair, is to facilitate, constructive discussions between stakeholders, the commission and staff, so that we reach good decisions. I spent 5 years as co-chair of the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. That was some time ago, so I'm a little rusty, but I'll trust in my fellow commissioners and staff to help me out when I need it as I get my feet back under me. A few logistics. I think, everybody probably knows the restrooms are in the back. We would appreciate it if your cell phones are muted. There are yellow comment cards on the front table. If you still would like to provide comment, you can fill out those cards and bring them to Mindy at the end of the table here. And we are, of course, online as well. There are instructions on the agenda for attending online. Those are on page 4 of the agenda. So we will be having a hybrid meeting. I'd like to quickly do introductions, beginning with our in-person audience, if you don't mind. We have some pretty meaty items and a lot of public comments, so I'd like to go quickly, but if you could identify, maybe raise your hand or stand up and say your name and maybe who you're with, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Alexandria Scott with the Oregon Water Resources Department. Kristen Tillman, Party County Commissioner. Emily Harris from Cook.
My name is Mario. Jake Blackburn, real estate broker.
Eric Phillips, also certified in geology, Lino. I'm also here representing Oregon Health Water Association.
Glenn Barrett, Water Collection and Amber.
Lori O'Connor, resident in Hardin County, and I've been a long-term member of the collaborative. Brianna O'Connor.
I can go with Water Resources Department. Jason Street, Water Resources Department.
Dwight French, Water Resources Department.
Anna Rankin, Cody River Watershed Council. Kimberly Priestley, Water West Oregon.
John Short, Water Rate Services, and Water Rate Guy for Bottom Valley here and the River Cloud.
Karen Moon, the Watershed Council, here in Hardin County.
Jim German, consultant to Water Council. Alex Muller, the Water Master.
Elrain City Water Resources Department.
Thank you. Let's see more of Water Resources Department.
Commissioner Wolf, do you want to start on your end?
Woody Wolf.
Bill Mall, West Central Oregon, Commissioner.
Kathy Kahara, east side at large.
Eric Quams, North Central.
Meg Reeves, West Side at Large.
Julie Smitherman. I am Commissioner of the Southwest, representing the Southwest region.
And Jan Lee representing the Northwest.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee, and I believe we have Assistant or Acting Director Woodcock on the Zoom as well. There's delay.
He's up there. He probably did.
While we wait for Director Woodcock to be able to join, our first agenda item will be overview of the Harney Basin and agency work in the basin presented by Ivan Gall, our Acting Deputy Director, Jason Spreet, East Region Manager, and Donald Swindlehurst, District 10 Water Master, Alexandria Scott. While they're getting set up, I wanted to mention that we had a good tour this morning and thank the stakeholders and all the people that were involved in the tour. Sam Redding from Owens Hay, Jess Weineck from Malheur Refuge, Chad Boyd and David Monhert from the East Oregon Ag Research Center. And I expect we may hear some comments about that tomorrow and commissioner comments, but it was a great tour of the valley and we appreciate that.
Great. We're to run the presentation from this PC.
Yes.
Request to share your screen.
Yeah.
Chair Quince, members of the commission, thank you. It's great to be here today. For the record, my name is Ivan Gall, Acting Deputy Director for Water Management for the Water Resources Department. I'll let Alexandria and Jason introduce themselves.
Chair Quims, members of the commission, thank you so much. Alexandria Scott with the Oregon Water Resources Department. I work as a public engagement coordinator here in the Harney Basin, as well as the eastern region part of the state.
Chair Quince, members of the commission, my name is Jason Spreet. I'm the East Region Manager for Water Resources Department out of Baker City.
So we have a presentation today to give you a quick overview of Harney County, the work that we've been doing down here and the work that we intend to do. We'll take turns covering a number of slides here, and happy to answer any questions you have as we go through the presentation. I didn't share the screen. Yeah.
All right, so here's a quick presentation overview. So we're going to go over surface water distribution and regulation. We will then transition to groundwater challenges in the basin. We're going to share a little bit about the dual approach to stabilizing groundwater level declines in the Harney Basin. We'll share a little bit about the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative, which is one of our 4 place-based planning pilots. And then we'll transition to financial assistance for domestic dry wells.
Okay, so here we have just an overview of the entire basin, District 10. It's the largest water master district in the state. It covers, as it says up there, 11,700 square miles approximately. So everything all the way down to Nevada and to the east over to our District 9 or Malheur Basin. So very large area. You can see the lakes there and kind of in the center of the basin. And the Steens, that lower green area, and then the northern Silvies there. This is a zoomed in area of just the Harney portion of the basin. It's a closed basin. It's a lot of, so meaning all the water flows toward the lakes. The red area, the outline is the greater Harney Valley area of concern. That we'll be speaking more about later in the presentation. And again, you see the zoomed in portion of the lakes there. So back to the large irrigation district, or the large district map here. You can see the lakes. You can also see everything there in the green areas within the basin. That's surface water irrigation, and then the red spots there are the groundwater irrigation. So our major sources of water in the basin are the Silvies River, Silver Creek over to the west side of the basin, the Donner and Blitzen toward the south, and the North Fork of the Malheur. While it's not in the Harney Basin. We do regulate that as part of the district, which is in the northeast side of the basin there. And our regulation season runs approximately from March 20th until September, end of September. And most of the activity for our staff in the region or in the basin is in the early season, even up into February, March, April is when the freshets come out of the hills and we get our biggest push of water. So some of the things we've been doing, here's another zoomed in version of the map. Again, all the green is surface water irrigation. The red is groundwater irrigation. We've been working with local stakeholders on improving regulation and distribution on the system as we can. It's as you noticed on the tour today, very flat system, difficult to manage water. So we do what we can with what we have there. So we've over the last 10 years or so, we've been installing additional measuring devices. There's efforts ongoing to increase infrastructure improvements and those kinds of activities. We are attempting different ways to communicate better with the landowners and water users. Up on the 5 mile at the beginning of the tour today, we're proposing to put a new gauge below that dam in the near future so we can better regulate with that information. And then we are also making more efforts to find any unauthorized irrigation particularly from groundwater in the basin. Because of the nature of the basin, it being so flat, it's very difficult to see irrigation occurring in some of these areas. And so access is difficult. So as we find things through satellite imagery and other tools like that, we do investigations on those properties and see if there is actually unauthorized use occurring.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and take us through some of the groundwater challenges here in the basin and some of the work that we've been doing and some of the direction that we're slowly heading towards there. For a little bit of background, we started to get complaints of declining groundwater levels in the mid to late 2000s. When I was East Region Manager, we tried to get some assistance, got some assistance from the groundwater section to come down here and start increasing our monitoring of groundwater levels to get a better handle on that. As time went on, we collected additional data and realized that it wasn't just isolated locations. We had a more widespread problem there. The department, along with the community, decided to begin a study. That study started in about 2016, and the data collection phase of that lasted for about 5 years. In addition to that, we started to update the Division 512 rules. So these are the Malheur Lake Administrative Basin rules. One of the first things we did in the rules was to establish the Greater Harney Valley Groundwater Area of Concern, or GIVGAC. We also did a classification within that area to classify the remaining groundwater for exempt uses only. What you're looking at here is a multi-well hydrograph. So these are groundwater level data presented for a number of wells. The horizontal axis there is the time axis, and the vertical axis is groundwater elevation in feet above mean sea level. The main point here is that groundwater levels, you can see, were relatively stable into the early to mid 1990s. And then things started to change. We started to see declines occurring and at a relatively rapid rate this is one portion of the basin here. Next slide, please. So the objective of the study, which was a cooperative study with the U.S. Geological Survey, was to develop a quantitative conceptual understanding of the groundwater flow system here in the basin. We wanted to be able to develop tools to test the conceptualization of that. So groundwater flow model is in development. And we also want to be able to describe the groundwater flow system through a series of reports, and we'll talk about that shortly. Again, what we're looking at here are a series of maps. You can see the statewide map there. And then focusing on the map on the right. We just lost. Gonna try and get this screen shared again here. There we go. So what you're looking at there, I'll try and describe this verbally. The dark black outline is the administrative basin boundary for the Malheur Lake Administrative Basin. So that's what those Division 512 rules reference. The red outline is Harney County with Grant County to the north. And then the three colored areas there are the three surface water hydrologic basins, the Silvies River, Silver Creek to the west, and the Donner and Blitzen to the south. The hatchered area that you can see within the colored areas is the Greater Harney Valley Groundwater Area of Concern, lovingly known as the GIVGAC. And that is the area where the classification for exempt uses only occurred. And that's the area that handles 95% or so of the groundwater development that's occurred and covers all of the areas where these groundwater declines were occurring. Let's go ahead and do the next slide. So as I mentioned,
Excuse me, Ivan.
Yeah, sorry.
Commissioner Reeves.
Thank you, thank you. Ivan, would you say again, I missed it, where the GIVGAC is, which of those mapped outlines is the GIVGAC?
so the GIVGAC is the hatchered area or the black diagonal lines that you can see kind of in the background. And it's part of the three colored areas there.
All right, so it's in there. Oh, it's in all three.
And yeah, and on the map on the left, you can see it a little bit easier against the background.
Yeah.
The map on the left, the orange area is the groundwater study area boundary, and the GIVGAC was a subset of that.
Okay. Study area is bigger than the GIVGAC.
Correct.
Thank you.
Ivan, one other request. When you have a graph, could you explain what's on the X and Y axis and the scale and values? It can be
Yeah.
hard for some people to see.
Would you like me to back up to the hydrograph one and do that?
Really quick, please. Yeah.
So the vertical axis again is groundwater elevation in feet above mean sea level. The top horizontal bar there is 4,120 feet. The bottom horizontal bar is 4,000 feet. So there's about 120 feet of vertical elevation difference there. And so we have groundwater level declines on the order of 80 to 100 feet in one of the sub areas. The time scale was 1960 on the left over to 2025 on the right.
Thank you.
One of the goals of the study was to consolidate all of the information and data gathered into digestible formats in the form of reports. So again, working with the U.S. Geological Survey, they published two large reports that were just done here in the spring of 2022. We also had 4 supporting reports that we published internally with the Water Resources Department. In addition to that, there were 2 fact sheets that were produced. One was done by the U.S. Geological Survey and one by the Water Resources Department. All of these reports and fact sheets summarized various aspects of the study so that folks could focus on what they wanted to. The sum total of data and information was just too much to include in one volume, so it was broken down into more easily understood and digestible amounts there. For the purposes of the groundwater study budget, the study area was subdivided into regions, all of which were hydraulically connected. There was the north region, the south region, and the west region. The regions are similar to the watershed boundaries, but they're different in the sense that they also included groundwater considerations, whereas the watersheds themselves were just based solely on the surface water considerations. Secondly, so those are the 3 colored regions there on the map on the right. I'll point out on that map on the right too, you see kind of a yellow outline. The study also broke the study area into lowlands. So that's within the yellow area and towards the central part of the basin. And then the uplands that are at higher elevation above those sediments. The lowlands were largely based on the mapped extent of what we call quaternary alluvium. So those are relatively young geological deposits of clays, silts, sands, and gravels. that are generally less than about 2.5 million years old. So again, for the purposes of water budgeting, we've got the lowlands and the uplands, and then 3 sub areas there as well. Next slide, please. So key takeaways from the study. There's really 3 of them that we came away with. One that I certainly found very interesting is that most of the groundwater that's been recharged into the basin is characterized as ancient, meaning that it's been recharged between 5,000 and 30,000 years ago. The modern groundwater, which was recharged after 1953, is limited to a relatively thin and shallow portion of the aquifer system where recent recharge can infiltrate into the system there. These data came from isotope analyses collected from a number of wells and springs across the basin over the course of the study there. Second key takeaway, the basin groundwater occurs in a single hydraulically connected groundwater flow system. So that's on a continuum, both vertically and horizontally. No impermeable barriers to groundwater flow are known to exist. However, the geological mapping, the borehole analyses, the various data we collected from the field do indicate that there's significant variations in the geological formations out there or the hydrostratigraphic units and their associated hydraulic properties. From a water budget perspective, on the previous slide, we talked about the uplands and the lowlands. The water budget is balanced in the uplands, meaning the inputs in essence equal the outputs. However, the water budget in the lowlands is in a deficit situation where the discharge from the lowlands portion of the aquifer system exceeds the recharge by about 110,000 acre feet per year. So that's a significant amount of water, and that again is a deficit for the basin there. So I'll stop there. That's kind of the summary of the hydrogeological work we've done. Any questions from the commission?
I have a quick one. Thin, shallow, how thin and shallow are we talking about? That, you said that surface area that's recharged relatively recently.
Chair Quimps, members of the commission, we were at 5 Mile Dam this morning. That's where the Silvies River exits a canyon and comes out into the floodplain. That has been characterized as a relatively coarse alluvial fan. So that portion of the Silvies River system is where some of this more recent recharge is occurring. I don't know the exact thickness. I can check with our hydrogeologist to get on that, but there's also relatively rapid recharge and discharge in the uplands portion where some of the groundwater that infiltrates discharges to the local stream systems up there, and that's going to be relatively young recharge as well. Okay, we're going to move into the next phase here, talking about different approaches to that can be taken to stabilize groundwater level declines. So you've heard us talk about this before with respect to the Harney Basin. There's really a couple of approaches that can be done. One is the regulatory approach, where through a rule process, exercising permit conditions, things like that, the department can ask and in cases require groundwater users to reduce their groundwater use. The other approach, of course, is through a voluntary approach where we can deploy a couple of tools, and we'll be talking about those here shortly. Where are we at on the Division 512? So I mentioned in 2016, we came down here and updated the basin program rules. We have started that process again. We held our first RAC meeting back in April and have had a second RAC meeting, I think it was late August, and we've got another one coming up here in October. These rule advisory committees or RACs are helping us craft rules that are going to be hopefully well understood and implementable here in the basin. There are many facets to that. We'll be talking about those. That rule process, of course, will include a public comment period and public hearings here in the basin. And then we'll be back in front of the commission. Right now, it's estimated about a year from now with a staff report and recommendations for the commission on rule adoption. This, I believe, is one of the largest racks we've had, the same with the Division 10 rules, which we'll be hearing about later this afternoon. The Division 512 rack has 32 members on it. They represent domestic well owners, irrigators, citizens and landowners here in the county, local and county governments, conservation groups, the tribes, SWCDs and the Watershed Council, water well drillers, federal agencies, and local businesses. So we try and come up with as diverse a group as we can to help us with the rule process. From a timeline perspective, you can see here the original RAC meeting was back in April. Between August of this year and January of 2024, we intend on holding 3 more RACs. We've had the second one already. And then between February and April of 2024, we'll be developing the final rules, dealing with public comments. And again, the target date to get in front of the commission would be September of 2024. So back to addressing the groundwater issues. Within the rule construct, we have 3 options that we're considering using. One would be designation of a critical groundwater area. That is a rule process that establishes critical groundwater area boundaries, establishes why those are necessary, but doesn't actually impact any water users, either exempt wells or existing permitted groundwater users. We're considering implementation of a serious water management problem area, or SWAMPA designation, into the 512 rules. This is an opportunity to require both water use measurement and reporting to the department. If we're going to be asked to manage the groundwater, we're going to need to measure the groundwater use and have a good solid understanding. We're in very interesting discussions with the RAC right now as to how that SWAMPA is implemented. Do all groundwater users need to measure right away? Is there some way to stage those in kind of a meaningful fashion, where we maybe focus measurement on the areas of greater decline rates, and then increase measurement and reporting as time and staff allow further out across the basin. And then lastly, their classification. So I mentioned before the current GIVGAC boundary, the classification has already occurred there for exempt uses only. There's considerations to expand that area of classification. As I mentioned several times today, the groundwater flow system here in the basin is part of this one continuous system. And so even though in the upper basin, as far north as Grant County, we're not seeing declines, there's still hydraulic connection, and groundwater use and new consumptive uses in that portion of the basin would have negative impacts on the water budget here in the lower part of the basin, or the lowlands, where we're already out of balance with the water budget. Voluntary agreements. So one opportunity for groundwater users to voluntarily start reducing use is through a voluntary agreement. The statutes 537, 745 mention this. The use of a voluntary agreement is described in a very general fashion. In my mind, that gives us lots of opportunity for flexibility. But there's not a lot of sidebars on there. We haven't used voluntary agreements in the past to control groundwater use or minimize groundwater use. So we really are in uncharted territory here. The voluntary agreement has to be an agreement amongst groundwater users in the same groundwater reservoir. It probably will make sense that they're in relatively close proximity to one another. And it requires approval by the Water Resources Commission. So we're working internally now to try and understand what would the components of a voluntary agreement need to include in order to, meet the intent of groundwater use reductions, but try and provide flexibility to the users out there. We're again here starting to develop guidance and rules on the voluntary agreements. That's a RAC discussion that will be forthcoming in the future there. And groundwater users can help identify the scope, interest, and capacity to develop these voluntary agreements. Okay, and I'm going to turn it back to Jason here to discuss the CREP program.
Thanks, Ivan. So the CREP program, or Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, is a federal partnership program that's designed to remove environmentally sensitive land from production and establish conservation land with the introduction of native species. And in this particular basin, it was a partnership between OWRD, Farm Service Agency, NRCS, the local watershed council. Particularly helpful, Ken Beerley worked a lot on this program. And in this program for this basin, the idea is to help slow the rate of groundwater decline. And in order to do that, landowners are paid to voluntarily cancel their water rights. And there are additional incentives for groundwater dependent ecosystems, and then additional incentive for well abandonment. And it establishes a cover crop for the first 4 or 5 years, and then landowners are potentially able to go back out and continue to use that ground as grazing land. So, you know, the part of the program that is really interesting is the goal being to enroll about 20,000 acres of land at the maximum, which would conserve approximately 40 to 50,000 acre feet every year. So it could be a huge impact on the basin, a very positive one. We have a person that works full-time on this, Graham Thomas. He's our CREP coordinator for the basin and has done a lot of work. And we expect this program to be rolling out sometime this fall.
All right, so we've heard a lot about some of the voluntary approaches to stabilizing groundwater level declines in the Harney Basin. It's important to acknowledge that we also have a local group that is also working on strategies to addressing groundwater level declines, and that's the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative. It's a mouthful. So that is our local planning group here. And just a couple of things for the commission to acknowledge. This is some stuff that staff have been working on over the last 6 to 8 months. So you heard at the last commission meeting in June about our groundwater portion of the plan being reviewed and making it through the state review process. So that is very exciting news for when it gets to final plan integration. We are currently in the process of reviewing their step 2 and 3 reports for surface water planning. So that will be complete by October 3rd. And our staff have been working tirelessly to review 18 different documents and 220 pages of technical information. So a lot of really great hard work done by our local planning group here, acknowledging the hours spent by their work groups. Also, we're going to continue to provide input and technical assistance through surface water planning. And we're hoping to get a step 5 report, which is that final integrated water resources plan, hopefully in spring of 2024. So just a little bit about the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative and the support that OWRD staff has been providing to those folks. One other thing that I'll mention, because Ivan touched on it in his previous talking points, during the groundwater study, we had a study advisory council who was comprised of folks from the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative, but also just larger residents in Harney County. And I just want to acknowledge the 6 years that those folks spent working alongside the USGS and OWRD staff. It's a tremendous amount of time. And their input was very valuable in coming up with those final products. I'm going to move into financial assistance for domestic dry wells. So we have 2 financial assistance programs with the Oregon Water Resources Department. So one of them is our well abandonment repair and replacement fund. That was authorized in the legislative session in 2021 with House Bill 2145. And the scope of that fund is statewide. The maximum grant award is $40,000 for that grant fund. And then we also have the Harney Well Fund, which was authorized by House Bill 3092, also in the legislative session of 2021. The geographic scope for that, as Ivan mentioned before, the GIVGAC, so that Greater Harney Valley Groundwater Area of Concern, and the maximum grant award for that is $13,500 as per statute. So, digging into the statewide well abandonment repair and replacement fund, I'm going to call it WRF from here on out. That is our acronym. We love our acronyms here at the department. So this provides reimbursement of up to $40,000 to low to moderate landowners for repairing or replacing and abandoning wells that have been impacted by drought or wildfire and are no longer providing adequate water to sustain their households. So since June of 2022, we've received 300 applications from 21 counties in the state of Oregon. We've approved 180 grants, and we've restored water to 127 households. So the program actually received $5.4 million of general fund and American Rescue Plan Act dollars, or ARPA dollars. To date, we've reimbursed about $3.3 million to those 127 households. And we have approximately $637,000 for work that is for available new grants. So lots of information and statistics there for you, dollars amounts. But WRF is more than just dollars and grants awarded. So I actually have a couple stories to share with the commission about the impacts of the WRF program. So we managed to help a single dad who has 50% shared custody of his 2 daughters. He was not able to give them a bath on the nights that he had them, and he feared he would lose custody because he didn't have running water. Replacing his well cost about $14,000, and he now has enough water for his girls to have a bath every night. We recently on a call with a mom whose 8-month-old baby was very fussy. She explained after a long day, they were on their way across town to a family member's home so she could give her baby a bath and bring home enough water to make it through the night. She has to do this most days. Her well will cost about $45,000 to replace, and she has the resources to cover the amount over the $40,000 grant. But without the grant, they would not be able to replace their well. The contractor is in process of drilling her new well and getting everything connected, and they will hopefully have water restored within the month. The story of WRF is not about how many grants we've closed or how much money we have spent. The story of WRF is replacing fear with hope for the 127 households who now have access to drinking, bathing, washing their clothes, and flushing toilets in their own homes. Here in Harney County, we have a specific well remediation fund that is in the process of being stood up. So this fund received $500,000 in general funds, and the purpose of this is providing financial assistance for replacing, repairing, or deepening domestic personal use wells. The purpose of this fund is similar to WRF, as we discussed, but there are some key differences. It is for affected wells within the GIVGAC. And additionally, there is statutes that require the department to prioritize wells that are owned serving persons of lower to moderate income, so similar to WRF. But the second piece is we need to prioritize them based on the severity of changes and declines in groundwater. With that, the department decided to stand up the statewide well fund before standing up the Harney Domestic Well Remediation Fund because Oregonians statewide could receive financial assistance for those wells, including those in Harney County. We are now working towards standing up the Harney Domestic Well Remediation Fund, building on the lessons learned from the WRF program. and modifying specific items as requested by statute and as appropriate for the Harney area. This fall, we are establishing the fund criteria and requirements. We are determining the prioritization process for grants. We are conducting stakeholder outreach to share our ideas on the fund criteria, requirements, and prioritization process, and seeking feedback on those items. We are now in the process of also establishing application materials. Our goal is to launch this fund in early 2024. We don't have specific dates at this time, as that is one of the items that we will be seeking feedback from our stakeholders on.
Chair Quimps, members of the committee, my FONA-friendly hydrogeologist got back to me and said that the shallow portion of the aquifer was rated between 50 and 100 feet below ground surface.
Thank you.
We're done. Any questions?
Thank you for the report. Questions from the commission?
I have a question. Just curious about the agreements. Is that, when you're talking about the agreements, is that between both junior and senior water right holders?
Chair Quimps, members of the commission, with respect to voluntary agreements,
Yeah.
that would be between ideally all groundwater users within some portion of the groundwater reservoir where it would make sense to manage things together. But the statute is unclear on that. And that's one of the hurdles that we'll have to deal with. How many groundwater users, could it be a single individual that steps up and says, hey, I want to voluntarily cut back? Or does it need to be 100% of them? That's unlikely. So those are uncharted waters that we're going to need to work through, both from a legal context and then just the social context of how is this really going to operate in the field.
Thank you.
Do you have any idea what it's gonna take from a valuation standpoint to gain participation?
Chair Quimps, members of the commission, Commissioner Wolf, we don't. This is really a new area for us. We haven't established a critical groundwater area since the early 1990s. The statutes have since changed. We'll talk more about that later this afternoon when we get to the Division 10 rule discussion. And so it really is something that hasn't been tested in a number of decades here in the department or in the basin in the state. So it's hard to say what the reception is going to be like. We have not only the voluntary agreement option, but the CREP program to voluntarily retire some groundwater rights. That has limitations on how many acres an individual landowner can enroll into it. But it does effectively pay out over the course of 14 or 15 years, a fairly good amount of money, and still allows them some use of the land as well. So it's yet to be seen how this will all play out. Thank you.
Yeah, a quick question. Ivan, you mentioned a classification currently allowing only exempt uses. When was that?
Chair Quimps, Commissioner Reeves, that classification was done in the Division 512 rule update. I believe they were adopted in 2016.
Okay, thanks.
No other questions? No? Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we have one request for public comment on agenda item A. Mr. Mario Petrelli, is that correct?
Okay, let's back up.
We'll afford him that option a little bit later, I think, and we'll move on to agenda item A, groundwater allocation rulemaking update.
Chair Quimps, if I may do a quick intro here while staff are getting set up here.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Woodcock. Thank you.
Thank you. And apologies for not being there in person today. I just want to remind the commissioners here that this is a long-standing agenda item. We have come back many times with updates as we have provided the commission information on the current groundwater allocation policy and practices in Oregon. And over the years, and I think it was back in 2021, that the commission expressed concern that the department was approving applications where they may not have had sufficient information to support the decision, and encourage the department to pursue modernization of the groundwater allocation policy, something that would be more sustainable and more protectable of existing water rights. And so I would like to thank Annette and Justin, who are at the table there today, and all of the staff that have worked on this. They've worked tirelessly on this. And this is potentially the most significant policy change undertaken by the department and the commission in decades. So this is a big undertaking, and I want to acknowledge their efforts. And I also want to just acknowledge all of the people in the room. I understand we have a number of people that would like to speak on this topic today to the commission. Welcome, everybody. Glad you could make it. And to remind the commission and those in the audience that this is an informational item today. The department is not seeking any action from the commission. So with that note, I would hand the floor back to you, Chair Quimps.
Thank you for the context and background there, Director Woodcock. And I think we can begin with the report.
Good afternoon, Chair Quimps, members of the commission. My name is Annette Lieba, and I'm the Technical Services Division Administrator at the department. With me is Justin Iverson, the Groundwater Section Manager. And I want to acknowledge key staff that are on our team that have been working on this. Laura Hart, our Rules Coordinator, Ben Scandella, the Groundwater Data Chief, and Travis Brown, who is a senior hydrogeologist in the groundwater section. As Director Woodcock already mentioned, this is an informational item and no action is being requested today. This presentation is intended as a high-level overview of the issues that we're discussing in the groundwater allocation rulemaking. We plan to provide a longer informational presentation to the commission at your November meeting, likely including proposed rule text. The goal today is really an orientation and communication on key issues. Before we get started, I want to acknowledge that this rulemaking is linked to two integrated water resources strategy actions. The first one being strengthening water quantity and quality permitting, and the second one being develop additional groundwater protections. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Justin, and I'll wrap it up at the end. So thank you.
Okay, Chair Quimps and members of the commission, for the record, I'm Justin Iverson. I manage the groundwater section here at the Oregon Water Resources Department. Does that work? We're not picking it up very good back here. Is that better?
Yep.
All right, perfect. Oh, too much better. Okay. Presentation is going to come in 3 sections. Here, I'm going to review a number of things. Shouldn't be anything that I haven't presented before to the commission or at public meetings. So I'm going to go pretty quick and stay high level. please interrupt me with questions if something's not clear. Then we want to bring up two key issues that have come up in the rulemaking, as well as several other additional considerations. And lastly, we'll end up with the rulemaking schedule. And with that, short background. Okay, so real quick, one slide on key groundwater concepts. I want to reiterate to everybody what we presented before, which is groundwater is a flowing component of the water cycle. It is the water cycle recharges the groundwater portion of the system through precipitation, infiltration, snowmelt, other mechanisms. And that groundwater is then flowing, it's going someplace. And in Oregon.
Well, it's just when you get that cross together. Makes sense.
Okay. How's that? All right. Okay. And so I just want to really get across that before there's any development by wells, that system's in equilibrium. So about what's recharged every year is about what's coming out. There's some dynamic storage in the system that I've started describing as akin to a charged canal. So you have to put some storage in the canal before you put water in and get water out that's usable. And therefore, when you put a well in there, the source of groundwater that's pumped from wells comes from two dominant things that change over time. Initially, you get water out of this dynamic storage, and that's manifested as a water level change, and then that water level change creates a gradient that drives flow to the well, but that flow is from those flow paths. And so you're picking water up that would otherwise be flowing to discharge to surface water. So stream flow depletion is the end result of pumping groundwater from a hydraulically connected aquifer. So when we talk about development, I wanted to put this slide up that I originally presented back in 2016. On the left-hand side, this is a density map of wells per square mile with the cooler colors, purple being 1 to 16 wells, all the way up to the warmest, hottest yellow being more than 320 wells per square mile. 1955 is when the Groundwater Act was enacted by the legislature. So that is the point at which well log reporting became mandatory. There were certainly more than 4,600 well logs or wells, excuse me, in the state in 1955, but these were the ones that we were aware of, mostly from the department and USGS scientists gathering information over time. Fast forward to 2016 when this slide was developed, and we've got more than 250,000 well logs or 250,000 new wells that were installed. Again, that's an underestimate. And you can see the distribution and density of where those went in. The dominant type of well for those 250,000 wells, about 90% are what we call permit exempt uses. So that's household domestic, that's stock watering with some limitation, that's single use industrial, and several other types of uses that are statutorily exempt from permitting. About 10% of those wells are associated points of appropriation on water rights. So a minority of those wells on water rights looked at in another way. This is showing percentage of total wells by type and percentage of total use by type. These are USGS 2010 estimates on use. So a bit conservative for what's going on today, but the general proportions I think are reasonable. So again, we've got this in blue bars, 88% of our 250,000 wells are for domestic uses. Total amount of use in the state estimated about 3%. Irrigation and community, which includes municipal and quasi-municipal wells, about 8+% of all the well logs we have, 95% of the use. Okay, and that use is estimated for 2010 at 2.4 million acre feet per year. We estimate that we have issued paper rights for roughly 4 million acre feet per year of primary groundwater rights and another 1 million acre feet per year of supplemental groundwater. So rough round numbers. So given that the groundwater system was in equilibrium with the surface water system, and we've built out since the Groundwater Act of 55, the amount of groundwater development just shown. I hope we can put together the groundwater allocation has contributed to both groundwater level declines as well as reduced surface water base flow. And as we've presented some of these numbers to the commission back in December of 2021, commission asked us to recommend updates to the groundwater allocation rules that would be more sustainable and protective of existing users, both in stream and out of stream. And our response is this rulemaking that we've initiated. So we've had, I believe, a good deal of process over the last year and a half, year and a half. So we held a number of public outreach meetings in fall of 2022. We've had convened a RAC and held 6 meetings since April of 2023. We've engaged the Groundwater Advisory Committee with this topic, bringing it up, in 7 meetings since March of 23. And we've provided updates to the commission, as Director Woodcock mentioned, since December of 2021. And so my intent now is just to give a real broad overview of the proposed changes that we're going to be coming forward with in this rulemaking, to give an orientation. We aren't going to get into any actual rule language, but again, want to orient. So we've started, I understand that this flow chart is too small to read, but I'll describe it. That black box up top is the statutory rules for how we allocate new groundwater rights. That's ORS 537621. The test is whether or not the proposed use is in the public interest. And the statute lays out 4 specific criteria, which is it allowed in the basin program? Is water available? Will it injure other water rights? Will it comply with all the other rules of the commission? And we've really focused on just one of what we term the 4-part test, and that is water available? And we are proposing to redefine that as being 3 quantifiable water quantity measures. Are water levels reasonably stable? Will already over appropriated surface water be affected or not? And can the target aquifer produce the requested rate? So that's, in a nutshell, our proposal or recommendation. And I do want to note before I move on that the statute does have a second part to this allocation that also points back to the statutory policy criteria in 537525, and that all remains intact. So groundwater allocation assessments will occur essentially as they are now, with changes to just this one criteria: water is available. And so to compare and contrast why we're making this change, I've got existing on the left here criteria and our proposed criteria on the right. So right now, the way that the rules are set up, a new groundwater right is assessed to be within the public interest if the requested source is not over appropriated, among other things, but in the water availability category. And that over appropriated is further defined as 2 parts. The first one is if the groundwater use doesn't further deplete over appropriated surface water. So in the context of the hydrologic cycle is in balance, and if we take water out, given enough time in a hydraulically connected system, the full amount of that pumping is going to be affected from stream flow depletion. We have, through Division 9 for a couple decades, limited ourselves to looking at wells within a mile of a stream and impacts within a year. And so our proposal is to expand that to allow for accounting for the full impact of a new well over the full life of the water right. And I'll touch on that in more detail later. Second part of the over appropriated definition is that allocation is less than the average annual recharge. So a water budget test. Our best available information is generally at the basin scale. However, all of the components of the cycle are not uniformly distributed over our administrative basins. So precipitation falls unevenly across a basin. Use is developed in tight geographic areas, generally not evenly spread throughout the basin. And the subsurface geology is quite variable. And all those things make a basin-wide water budget really tough criteria for looking at a specific application for a water right and how that's going to affect the system. And we've deferred to a water level proxy to assess over appropriation. However, it's difficult to link that back to over appropriated without something other than this definition of excessively declined. And so essentially, excessively declined is another defined term, and it has several criteria that are on a menu list of this or that or the other. The two really functional ones are have the annual high water level lowered 50 feet below the highest known water level, or for shallow aquifers that might be shallower than 50 feet, or where 50 feet is really significant, we can look at 15% of the greatest known saturated thickness. And the reason that that becomes problematic is for this example on the right of a hydrograph that I pulled from the Butter Creek critical groundwater area, where this particular well was installed in 1971, probably against a backdrop of declining water levels already. It meets the definition of excessively declined by 1974. And if we were to then say, oh, over appropriated, we're going to stop issuing, excuse me, the amount of rights that we've issued to date are still in play. And we can see that the water level will continue to fall until we address that through curtailment. And so we have suggested a set of rules that would have us stop issuing before we hit this, excessively declined criteria. And so with that, we're going to come to key issue number one, which is all about defining what reasonably stable water levels are. And so reasonably stable water levels is a statutory criteria. It seems to speak to this concept of sustainability. We realized going through this rulemaking that we needed to define, if the direction or the request is, let's be more sustainable, we needed to define what sustainable was. We looked through the literature and we found a definition that seemed to suit in this paper from Gleason et al. So I'll try and real quickly orient to this graph, but essentially what we're going for is to have water level trends be something akin to the blue line on the top. We know that water levels respond to precipitation variability year on year. So drought years, wet years will often show up in the water level record. So we know there's going to be some amount of up and down, and Gleason titles this the dynamically stable range. So what we want to do is have a definition for reasonably stable water levels that keeps our water levels in that range. Pumping excessively can draw water levels out of that dynamically stable range. There's a couple other lines on there. The gold lines are something that this paper calls strategic aquifer depletion, where perhaps storage is drawn down temporarily and then the system's allowed to recover. That is essentially our process for emergency use drought permits, where we'll issue additional limited duration groundwater use when surface water isn't available, with the understanding or expectation that during wet years, water levels will return back to that dynamically stable range. The managed aquifer decline is a management technique that's used by other Western states, but doesn't seem to be supported by Oregon statute. So that's just up there as a comparison of pumping through stored groundwater with a plan to deplete that storage. All right, so just want to make sure that we note some of the negative impacts of groundwater level declines. That can be drying up of wells, that can be reduced stream flow. Water quality can be affected by declining groundwater levels, and there's an increased cost for pumping. The more lift you have to pump, the more expensive it's going to be. So picture here of some water tanks that were delivered in Klamath County to folks whose wells had gone dry in the past couple of years. As we developed a definition for reasonably stable water levels, we had a number of criteria we wanted to meet as we were going through the process. So first, we wanted to accommodate the dynamically stable range. We spent a good deal of time looking through our existing groundwater level hydrographs across the state to see what would make sense from a statewide perspective. We also, however, wanted to identify declining water levels relatively quickly. So in the last presentation, there was a hydrograph where water levels were relatively stable and then they dropped off. So we needed our definition to catch that drop, if you will. We wanted to limit changing back and forth between stable and not. So we wanted to have a definition that was as stable itself as possible to the variations in the hydrograph, such that once it tripped, it didn't flip-flop back and forth. And lastly, we wanted to protect against long, slow declines that might get us toward levels meeting the definition of declined excessively. And so what we came up with in short and and outlining is we're proposing to define reasonably stable water levels as less than half a foot a year, averaged over a 5 to 20 year period. That 5 to 20 years is intended to even out our observed decadal climate cycles and El Nino climate cycles. So we want to average over those climate cycles. And then we want to have a backstop. So we've got a rate test, and then we've got a backstop magnitude of no more than 25 feet of total decline from our highest known water levels. In thinking about the desire to be able to come up with a positive value and to only issue if we know that water levels are reasonably stable, we defined that we need at least 5 years of recent data and 4 data points within those 5 years in order to calculate the reasonably stable definition. And we've written in that if we don't have that data, then water's not available for new appropriation until we do. And lastly, we've included an option for the basin program rules to provide a local definition that's no less stringent than declined excessively. And so to put it in perspective side by side, reasonably stable is our proposed definition, declined excessively is the existing definition. And so we've tried to find an intermediate value. And so our criteria that I just ran down are on the left, declined excessively is on the right. The additional bullet on the bottom is this percent of aquifer thickness. So again, for relatively thin aquifers where 25 feet or 50 feet might not make sense, we can go with a percentage of the aquifer thickness.
And Justin, before you move off of that, I want to highlight the title of this slide, right? Because the criteria on the left are the criteria that we would use for allocation. The criteria on the right are the existing criteria for critical groundwater areas when we're talking curtailment.
So just to clarify, does that definition only kick in when you're talking about curtailing within the critical groundwater area in the present rule? Or does it kick in for other types of things?
So presently, yes, that is true. This declined excessively is a criteria, one of several criteria for declaring a critical groundwater area. And when looking at this definition of over appropriated, is this balance of allocation to existing storage. again, because of the scale of the data available on that budget component, we've said, well, the basic water balance is what comes in minus what comes out is a change in storage. And that change in storage is a movement of water levels. So we've looked at movement of water levels to assess that water balance. And this is the defined term that is associated with over allocation. And so this is really what we've been using to stop allocating from the over appropriated perspective.
The one on the right.
The one on the right currently, yeah. Okay, so this is the last slide I have on this reasonably stable water levels. We've had a lot of discussion about this in the RAC. So there are RAC members that think that this value is not stringent enough. They've provided studies of groundwater dependent ecosystems that can be affected by a very small change in water level. So 25 feet might not be protective enough for some ecosystems that are susceptible to small water level changes. And we've had RAC members that have brought up that this is too restrictive and isn't appropriate, especially in thick aquifers where there's a lot of storage available, to have a set value as opposed to a percentage value is too restrictive and doesn't take into account large amounts of storage. I do want to make one side note. In our staff report, we were providing our thought process behind why we have presented these values with input from both sides. In one of them, we had responded to a Central Oregon Cities Organization comment. They had brought up that the text made it seem as though they had recommended something. And I want to be very clear that we met with them to talk about their concerns. They brought data to the table and we further summed up that data to come to those conclusions. And so I want to make clear that those are our conclusions with data that was presented at that meeting. Okay. With that, I will go to key issue number 2, redefining the potential for substantial interference with surface water. So I'm going to slip in a little background thought process again. And I've shown this slide before with the narrative that this is Eagle Creek in the Cascade Range in late August, at a time when it hadn't rained in several months. There's no snowpack above it. There's no dams above it. And I can come to this stream reliably and there will be water in the stream. And the reason that water is there is because precipitation and infiltration into the aquifer over the full year and over decades has created this system where water is discharging to the stream year round. And that's true in much of Oregon. So this base flow, especially at the end of our dry season, is groundwater. That's groundwater discharge. And so moving from there, the scientific description of this from a generally accepted hydrogeologic principle is that hydraulically connected wells capture surface water when pumped. I said at the beginning that there was a capture of both storage and stream flow depletion or capture of throughput that changes over time. So there's time on the bottom x-axis here. There's percentage of pumping on the left. The slope that goes down is water from storage. So when a well turns on, 100% of the water comes from storage, and that very quickly decreases for hydraulically connected systems. And the capture from throughput or stream flow depletion quickly increases. And given enough time, the water from stream flow depletion is going to be 100% of the pumping rate. To make that general
Okay, Commissioner Reeves, your question.
Sorry about timing.
Are we ready, Chair Quams?
Yep. We can continue with your question or?
Well, my question really was, I don't know how to think about it because I don't know what kind of time frame we're talking about, and does it vary from too much? I mean, I just don't know how to think about it.
Yeah, sure. So, the x-axis is not labeled, right? There's no scale on that. The speed with which a pumping well will draw 100% of water in a hydraulically connected aquifer from stream flow depletion depends on distance, depends on the properties of the aquifer, depends on some other things. Interestingly, not rate, which is interesting, but that duration is going to be unique to each well. But the point of the graph is that given enough time, that pumping effect in a hydraulically connected stream will come from stream flow depletion. And that's important to keep in mind as we think about managing water holistically, both surface and groundwater as a conjunctive system. So next slide has a specific example. I hope, there we go. Okay, so this is a specific example from the Deschutes Basin groundwater flow model developed in 2017 in a package called GS Flow. It's a groundwater surface water conjunctive modeling environment. And this, my speaker notes aren't popping up here, so I'm going to have to talk in even more generalities, or here it is. So this is a model of 4 wells located 20 or more miles away from the major discharge areas of these streams, pumping, and again, the rate doesn't matter, but it could be any rate. And the buildup here that you see in the red and the dashed line kind of mirrors the general case line that we just saw on the other plot, right? Oops, I'm not going to be able to. Hey, Davey. All right, let's see if this works. Okay, so the pumping starts here. So this is the units are kind of funky because this comes out of the model. So model stress period in months. So we don't usually see months in, in chunks of 50, but that's what it is on the x-axis here. So that's about 30 years worth of model run. Pumping starts here at month 49. Stream depletion builds up over time. If this were an analysis of a new application, we'd look at the impact after a year. But this well and all wells that are hydraulically connected, as they pump for a longer period of time, that proportion of the pumped water that's coming from stream flow depletion is going to build. So in this modeled case, we've reached more than 80% of depletion after about 30 years. So that's just one example. Again, every well is going to be unique, but that's I'm trying to get the general point across that what we are proposing in these new rules is that we look at the full impact of a pumping well, not limit ourselves to within a year, within a mile when deciding to issue a right that is essentially forever. And that's going to differ for a limited license. For a time limited drought permit, we'll take that time into account. But for a general right, we're proposing that essentially we're going to, for a hydraulically connected system, assume that that full amount of groundwater is coming from stream flow into the future at the full development period of that right. And that is going to have a significant consequence because that's going to mean that for hydraulically connected aquifers, the proposed rules are essentially going to mean that hydraulically connected groundwater availability is going to closely match surface water availability. And we've all seen this map several times. This is surface water availability in August. So groundwater that affects those streams that are already over appropriated, we're going to say, or we propose to say under these new rules, water's not available because it's going to further impact streams where in-stream flows aren't being met, other senior water users aren't being met, and the impact might be small and incremental, but every right is going to be another small incremental nick. So. Okay. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Annette to talk about some additional comments that we received from the RAC.
Thank you. So I want to acknowledge that the Rules Advisory Committee that we convened for this, I would say there's broad consensus in support of the commission's goals to sustainably manage the resource and protect existing water users. There are differences on how to approach that. And there are members on the Rules Advisory Committee, some of you whom you'll hear from today who actually think this is a good approach. I want to highlight the consequences of not acting. Justin's talked about this, but I want to reiterate it. Risk to investments that have already been made using water for which rights and permits have already been granted. Risk to domestic wells, both in quantity and quality. We did do an estimate of how many domestic wells there are today in Oregon, and it is just over 237,000. The other point of feedback that we've heard is that we should not act, or you should not act, until we have water budgets for all of the major hydrologic basins in Oregon, as was funded and required of the department in House Bill 2018 in the 2021 session. As Justin mentioned, in terms of making a decision on an individual permit, a water budget doesn't reflect site-specific circumstances around development, precipitation, and geology. And so we think water level data does that. And we, as Justin also mentioned, we currently use water level data as a surrogate when we don't have water budget information to evaluate over appropriation. I also want to acknowledge that we had a RAC member who indicated that the department should not rely on the current water availability reporting system, which is how we evaluate surface water availability, because they believe that that system underestimates availability because it assumes the full diversion rate is subtracted from the basin. However, irrigation water rights, only the amount of water that is consumed is subtracted. So, what is not consumed is added back into that water availability basin. So we believe that that tool is still appropriate. It was extensively peer reviewed when it was developed in the 90s, although it does have an outdated base period, 1958 to 1987, and we have just now started the process of updating that tool. I also want to acknowledge, and you'll hear more about this from some of the commenters, I anticipate that municipal and agricultural expansion will be impacted by these rules and would have to rely on some of the solutions that I'm going to touch on next. We did talk about conservation and efficiency as a way to meet future demand. There are some concerns that the conserved water statute doesn't actually provide adequate incentives for conservation. Transfers are another option. We heard concerns that the transfer process is inefficient and cumbersome, and I think the department acknowledges that and is interested in changing the rules and/or statutes to help facilitate transfers. I think there is also a desire for additional market-based tools. I also want to acknowledge that aquifer storage and recovery and aquifer recharge, where seasonal surface water is the source of water, will not be impacted by this rulemaking. And then finally, I want to acknowledge that water reuse is going to be a key component of Oregon's water future. And the department looks forward to working with the Department of Environmental Quality on the report that the legislature requested on how to improve and increase opportunities for water reuse in Oregon. Next slide, please. So just an update on our tentative schedule. We are accepting additional feedback from Rules Advisory Committee members until tomorrow. We plan on starting the public comment period November 1st. We plan on having another informational session with the commission during your meeting in November. We anticipate or have intended to have a 90-day public comment period, so November 1st to February 1st. We will have 3 in-person public information sessions and hearings in Medford, Central Point, Bend, and LeGrand. So those are the three of the areas that we went to back in 2022 to do our informational sessions. And then we plan on having a hybrid public hearing in Salem. So those are our plans for moving forward on the rulemaking. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Question from the commission?
Public comment on this.
Yes, I believe you are.
Move that we shift to that and let the commissioner question.
Thank you.
I got a lot of questions. but-
Yeah, we do have an extensive,
Still want to say,
Oh, we're gonna stop that. Yeah.
oh, we're losing the Zoom.
Is it okay if I just close this?
can you close? I would.
All right,
Yeah.
how about this? Let's leave it, we'll leave it right there.
I'll stay.
Okay, I've been providing a list of interested public for agenda item B, and I'll just go through that list, please. Most of this is in person. There will be a few that are virtual. And I think I'll go to the virtual after the in-person comments. First is Mayor Ed Fitch from the city of Redmond.
It's a pleasure to be here today. Interesting enough, I was the mayor of Redmond 23 years ago. It took about an 18-year hiatus. My wife does think I'm an idiot. But 23 years ago, water was the main issue that we dealt with. Back then, there had recently been established a connectivity between surface water and groundwater in the Deschutes Basin. So we worked with Water Resources and our legislature to address that issue so that cities could go forward. In fact, the whole basin could go forward in the future with access to groundwater. So what developed through the legislature and is now in law is the mitigation program that we've been following for the last 20 years. And that is to take surface water rights, put them back into the river to improve the flow of water in the middle of the Deschutes River. In exchange for that, we would get access to groundwater. And actually, the way it worked out was we actually put more water into the river than we accessed out of the groundwater over time. And also in that process, the legislature did recognize that the Deschutes Basin does have unique characteristics, maybe unlike any other basin in the state. So we've used that mitigation approach and to put in substantial amounts of water back into the Deschutes River. And over time, the city of Redmond has spent approximately $6 million in acquiring surface water rights so that it could use those credits to access additional groundwater to meet the needs of our growing population. Redmond, as you know, is one of the fastest growing cities in the state, as has been in basically most of Central Oregon. And so access to groundwater is critical to not only the current needs of the city, but well into the future. So this year, we applied for a new groundwater permit in December, and it was quite a shock to the city when we were advised this summer that that application might get denied. We reviewed that question with many of our legislators, as well with the governor, who was not aware that there was going to be any denial of water to the city. And they both expressed significant concern that this was not inconsistent with current law and the mitigation program we put together 20 years ago. So from our perspective, and I know the commission is going to hear from Coco That's an organization that I basically started 23 years ago for the Central Oregon cities to work together on these water issues. And you'll hear from the League of Oregon Cities as well and other municipal water providers. But in terms of cities, we have to have certainty that we will be able to provide to our citizens now and into the future water to meet not only the unbelievable number of mandates we receive from the state and federal government as to what we need to do for our citizens, but also consistent with the statewide planning goals. And now this is somewhat new, this issue that came up this year, but from our perspective, I think it is the policy of the commission and the administrative rules to work with cities on complying with the statewide planning goals. In fact, for example, in Oregon Administrative Rule 690-005-0020, it's noted that land use and water management are integrally related. Statewide planning goals require a comprehensive plan to include inventories and mechanisms to protect important local water resources. That policy of the commission goes on to note that it recognizes the responsibilities vested in both state and local government to manage and protect water resources, and the commission places a high priority on complying with the statewide planning goals and achieving compatibility with local comprehensive plans. Now, from our perspective, we not only have the statewide planning goals, but right now our governor's top priority is to add additional housing in all of our communities so that we can provide the affordable and workforce housing that our people need. The limitation on housing right now has become virtually a crisis in Oregon, and particularly in Central Oregon. So as a city and as a member of the Central Oregon cities, we do understand the nature of water and our resources in the basin and throughout the state of Oregon. And we are concerned about the effect of the current drought on that resource. And for many years, I think the city of Redmond has been at the forefront of conservation measures to assist in that issue. Those were outlined in the letter I sent to the commission last week. And in addition to those measures, we recently constructed I think it's a 4 million gallon reservoir, again, to help with that conservation effort at a cost of $18 million. And that was completed last year. Now the city is looking at additional conservation measures. We are implementing plans to convert turf or grass into artificial turf in some of our parks, working with the school district to do that on additional fields. Those will save millions and millions of gallons of water use each year. Our planning department is developing standards to incentivize and require desert landscaping instead of grass to reduce consumption. And we're going to be looking at a tiered water system, which will require additional monies to be paid. The more water you use, the higher rate will be implemented. So we are serious about conservation. We are serious about being good stewards of the water in the region. So my recommendation to the commission is twofold. One is on our current application that it needs to be reviewed and consistent with not only the state laws that exist now, and I think that's set forth in one of your statutes, and also with the practices of the commission over the past 20 years, not a new interpretation. The second thing is, and we want to work cooperatively with the department and the commission on developing new rules that will recognize the unique natures of cities and their need for water in an appropriate manner. I think tying municipal use of water, quasi-municipal use of water, to conservation measures, appropriate conservation measures would be appropriate in your rulemaking. And I do believe that that is doable, but if we were to go with the rule that was proposed, the city would basically be shut off from water, period. Not only Redmond, but Bend, Madras, Prineville, Lapine, all of them. There would be no water available in the Deschutes Basin for cities if this rule was implemented the way it is. Now, I totally appreciate the efforts of the department and the RAC There is, I think the science is pretty well recognized. We do need to deal with these declining water levels in our aquifer. The Deschutes Basin maybe has much more leeway given the depth of that aquifer. But more importantly, not only for Central Oregon and the Deschutes Basin, but throughout the state, we have to figure out a way that cities are going to be able to have access to the water they need for their citizens to comply not only with the statewide goals, but all the mandates that we receive from state and federal governments, as well as the initiatives that we receive from the governor from time to time. So this is a really critical issue for us. It's a really critical issue for every city. And I do hope that in our future rulemaking that is recognized and that a solution is reached so that cities have that certainty going forward that they can comply with the statewide planning goals and not worry about being shut off from a vital utility. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mayor Fitch. Any questions?
Thanks. Thanks. Nick.
Okay, next for in person, I have Mayor Michael Butner from the city of Bend. Then after that, I think we can go.
I don't think that's a good motion, actually.
Thank you, Chair Quamps. Commissioners, good to see you all in person, three-dimensionally these days. It's good to, thank you for making the trip. It's good to just be in person and have these more constructive, more effective meetings than our Zoom land that we've been in for a while now. Mike Bittner, Utility Department Director for the City of Bend, here today representing COCO, or Central Oregon Cities Organization's Water Subcommittee. I hope I do it justice, Mayor Fitch, who has been a great leader for us over the years. A quick reminder, COCO, as Mayor Fitch mentioned, started back in 1998. Collectively, we represent roughly 150,000 groundwater users in Central Oregon. So that includes all of our businesses, all of our industries, all of our multifamily facilities, all of our residences that are in those cities that Mayor Fitch mentioned. I want to quickly just thank Mayor Fitch and underscore his comments, the criticality of these. This is not an inconvenience for us, or these rules as they said, as they are currently written, isn't just an inconvenience for us. This is really a game changer and will completely change how we develop as cities. All right. And I don't know if that was the entire intent of the commission, but it's going to turn our world upside down in a few different ways, which I'll go through here today. I also want to just look ahead to Deschutes County Commissioner Chang's comments here. He provided testimony as well, and we support that testimony that was provided, as well as the League of Oregon Cities. And so every Central Oregon city elected is on the same page here, and we're deeply concerned about the current trajectory of this rulemaking. Lastly, I'll mention that the League of Oregon Cities and the Special Districts Association actually aren't here today because they're actually in person at a water infrastructure conference with a lot of our electeds in the state. So they would be here and actually have a great amount of, I think, insight into this issue as we move forward. But commissioners, I think it was roughly 1 year ago that I was in front of you in person in Salem, when we were talking about our white paper that we developed as COCO, understanding Deschutes Basin groundwater levels. It was really our intent by developing that white paper to really advance understanding of groundwater issues in Central Oregon, really shine a light on the unique aspects of our aquifer and really how we're going to educate not only our elected leaders and our city managers within Central Oregon, but also extend that out to the public, commissioners, and anybody else that was really willing to participate in this conversation as we move forward. Our hope was that that science and that information that was provided in that document would get incorporated into this rulemaking effort. And we don't feel like it has. We feel like this is a one size fits all solution that's being developed across the state, and it really does not work well for Central Oregon cities. I could go into the specifics, but I think we're going to have some future conversations, or at least I hope so, around the definitions that Justin went through around earlier today around reasonably stable groundwater levels, in addition to the criteria for whether water is available or not. Those two criteria are of specific concern for COCO, and we would love to have some additional conversation with OWRD staff as well as the commission on that before these rules go public. To be clear, that's my ask of you today, to pause this rulemaking effort, create some additional engagement with cities so that we can have a more informed groundwater policy that gets in front of our public. I wrote down a few notes here of some of the other things that were said with some of the other presentations earlier today. I just wanted to comment on those. I think we mentioned the the danger of a moratorium for Central Oregon. Even a short moratorium of 1 to 2 years, or the perception of a moratorium on groundwater for municipal users in Central Oregon, and how devastating that could be for us. Not only does it eliminate our need or our ability to plan for the future, like Mayor Fitch alluded to, it really help us connect the dots and make sure that we have water available for the robust housing projections that we're all aiming for. But it also creates a clear disincentive for businesses and industry to locate to Oregon, to Central Oregon specifically. Those businesses that are looking at prospective locations to land, do their due diligence. They come and look at our infrastructure. They meet with our city managers. They meet with our economic development groups. And then they go to Kennewick, Washington. And then they go to Bozeman, Montana, and they do their due diligence. And so if we don't have to enter a moratorium in the Deschutes Basin, we absolutely should not. And we should really work hard to avoid that. Lastly, I don't think the moratorium was really where we were headed. And when I look at their original objective and goals of the commission, more managing groundwater in a more sustainable fashion moving forward doesn't equal a moratorium. We need to figure this out. COCO is ready to sit down and figure out what these solutions look like for cities. And we have provided that in terms of a 2-page document and testimony here that has some proposed solutions that we would like you as commissioners and staff to consider. This really gets into the details of the water is available and the reasonably stable groundwater levels. And that's really where the detailed conversation needs to happen. That's an hour-long conversation on each one of those that I'm not going to have here with you today. But I think that's really where we as COCO and the League of Oregon Cities would really love some more engagement on that before these rules go in front of the public. A couple of last things I just wanted to mention. Acting Director Woodcock mentioned that this is the biggest policy decision in decades for the commission. That stuck with me. This is a big decision, and quite frankly, it feels rushed. It feels rushed. We said that a year ago at the public comment, when we knew that when we dove into this rules advisory committee, that most of our electeds, most of our key special districts, our League of Oregon Cities, the key people that really watch out for water and wastewater issues in Central Oregon, were going to be knee deep in the 82nd Legislative Assembly. And what a session it was, right? There hasn't been sufficient engagement with cities across Oregon, let alone Central Oregon, on this issue. And I would challenge the fact that staff have really worked tirelessly on the estimation of financial impacts, fiscal impacts to cities here. They're significant. They're great. We can't conserve our way out of this. I love the solutions that Annette proposed. We're doing all of those now. Okay. But there's more work to be done there. And then lastly, on just a couple of thoughts on Justin's presentation. The arbitrary use of numbers throughout this process is pretty striking to me. The designation for an excessively declined basin is 50 foot, I believe. That number came from 1988 study of the Umatilla Basin. And so we're using the 25-foot mark as 50% of that arbitrary number to evaluate whether or not groundwater levels are stable in the Deschutes Basin. So when you back up at it, you put yourself in my shoes. I have to explain this to my city manager, my counselors, everybody that I report to, as well as all the water managers in Central Oregon that we work with. We have an arbitrary number that's a percentage of another arbitrary number from a basin study from 1988 in a different basin that we're using to apply to our basin in the Deschutes. That's why we're really concerned about this. We really think that there's enough science, a mountain of science about the Deschutes Basin to really inform the commission, to inform staff, to create that basin specific set of rules that will allow us the flexibility to move forward and have some access to groundwater moving forward, whether we have to conserve it to deserve it, but we do have to have a path forward as cities. Lastly, I would just open the door for communication and collaboration. COCO is always ready and willing. I appreciate the time that some of the commissioners have lent me over the last several weeks to just bring you up to speed on some of the issues. I am absolutely open to sitting down with everyone here and having additional conversations, and would welcome our other COCO water managers to be in the room as well. Okay, thank you. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Greg Copias and Leah Copias from Pacific Hydrogeology.
Chair Prince and members of the commission. First of all, I guess I want to thank the department for this kind of really impressive field trip that we had today. It's great to see all of the, interesting solutions and strategies that are being used here in the Harney Basin to address the, challenges that we're seeing here. And I think it's important to keep those things in mind when we consider these proposed rules here. Anyway, but I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Greg Capillas. I live in Malino, Oregon. I'm here today to testify on behalf of the Oregon Groundwater Association. I'm a hydrogeologist with professional licenses in Oregon as a registered geologist and a certified water rights examiner. For the past 21 years, I've dedicated almost exclusive, I have been dedicated almost exclusively to providing water rights consulting services to clients, primarily in the Willamette Valley. I also served for many years as a reimbursement authority contractor to the Water Resources Department. So with over 20 years of experience working continuously in water rights and interacting with the department during that time, I think I can say I know a lot about water rights and about how the department operates. This experience, together with my formal background in hydrogeology, makes me uniquely qualified to serve our clients, particularly those using groundwater. I also had the privilege of serving on the Rules Advisory Committee for this rulemaking process. I appreciate Director Woodcock's comments on the sweeping nature of these proposed rules. And I think it's important, though, to emphasize that these proposed rules will have the practical effect of declaring a moratorium on new groundwater permits throughout the state. I don't really have enough time in my 3 minutes to go into detail about all of my concerns about these rules. I've provided written comments, which I think cover the main issues fairly well, and I hope you have read them or will read them. To summarize, I believe these rules rely on oversimplified analytical methods to determine that pumping groundwater will have some impact on nearby streams over an infinite time period without accounting for site-specific conditions. Any such impact on streams which are already shown to be over-appropriated by the flawed and outdated water availability reporting system or WARS, which in light of the comments that Annette has made on it, I still believe it's a flawed system. Without any consideration of whether those impacts are significant or will actually cause injury, those uses will not be allowed. And since the vast majority of streams in Oregon are shown by WARS to be over-appropriated, what this means is not just that there will be fewer groundwater permits issued, but that in fact, practically no new permits will be issued. Considering that this process began over concern just about issuing new permits when it could not be determined if groundwater was over-appropriated, I cannot help but wonder if the proposed rules go beyond the original intent of the commission. We recognize the need for better solutions for managing Oregon's water resources. There are certainly problem areas, and the Harney Basin seems to be the current poster child of these. But there are many areas in the state that are not like Harney County. So just shutting down new groundwater use seems reactive and short-sighted. In the short term, I think we could make some relatively simple changes to the existing rules to tighten up considerably on the groundwater availability portion of the review process. And I have provided my specific recommendations on those changes in my written comments. This rulemaking process should be reconsidered in the context of the need for a more long-term holistic approach. My wife and business partner, Malia Capillas, is also here today. And she's sitting right next to me, as a matter of fact. And we'll be providing testimony on just that topic. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you for clarifying your wife's location.
Okay, with that, I'm Malia Capillas. I am also a hydrogeologist and the founder of Pacific Hydrogeology. I've had the opportunity to do a lot of different work, and my statement of qualifications are attached with his written documents. So I've been involved in water rights. I currently serve on a watershed council at the coast. So I do a lot of work with hydrogeology, and to complicate matters, I have gone back to school at Oregon State University to work on a doctoral dissertation that involves aquifer storage and recovery that was triggered by work that I was doing in the Mount Angel area. And it's taken me 16 years to get to this point, and that dissertation has now turned into a vision of how we can make water sustainable, not just in the state of Oregon, but anywhere. And so I think that that vision that I'm going to briefly discuss here has the potential to make these rule changes unnecessary. One of our problems is we have lost a significant part of our recharge. And some examples are roadside ditches, impervious surfaces, diked streams that remove them from their floodplain. We've straightened streams. And one of our most important ones is we've removed most of our beavers. And today during our field trip, I was excited to hear people asking about, well, what about the water that we lose and send out of the system from roadside ditches? Well, what about the beavers that we have lost? And I believe that we need to capture this water that's quickly lost. And in this case, it's a closed basin, but it's still, it now seems like all that water is now ending up in Malheur and has turned it from a nice wetlands and turned it into more of a lake with, at some point in time, it was 14 feet deep. So that tells me that, you know, Harney Basin has some problems, but it also has some water hydrology problems. If we can have declining water levels and have our lake with too much water, then we've got some disconnects. And so what my dissertation is looking at is we need to start restoring beavers into our upper watershed. There's forestry management practices that have showing that they can also enhance recharge by holding the snow higher up in the elevations longer, by allowing that water to filtrate in the wintertime and then come out later in the summer when the streams need it. Another tool that is available to us is artificial recharge and aquifer storage and recovery. That is also now kind of bundled under one umbrella called managed aquifer recharge. And I know Annette Liebe has said that these rules should not affect that, but I do have concerns. And one of those is because one of the critical factors that you have to meet for aquifer storage and recovery is your source water that you inject into your aquifer has to meet drinking water standards. And as a part of my research, what I've discovered is that one of the easiest ways to do that is to take winter surface water runoff and use that to spread it out like it would have normally in a system, allow that to infiltrate down to your shallow aquifer, and then take that shallow groundwater and then use that now meets drinking water standards and inject that into your ASR project. And a good classic example of that is Kent Madison's project out of Echo, Oregon. He happens to be one of the few lucky people that had the land all fairly close in the water to do all of that. And that's what he is doing and has been now for years. He is one of 3 agricultural ASR projects in the state. All the rest of the ASR projects are all municipal, where they have the luxury of being able to take their surface water source, run it through their water treatment plant, and then inject it. And for the level of ASR that we're going to need, we don't have that luxury. So my concern is, how are we going to be able to apply for winter surface water rights and then apply for groundwater rights if these rules have determined that all groundwater is ultimately connected to surface water? You know, how are we going to be able to get that shallow groundwater right in the wintertime to then use for our AR project or ASR project? And another big issue that I have also dealt with is we need to fix our commingling wells. We're actually reaching the point of the time in quite a few of our areas that have been designated either groundwater limited, groundwater critical, where the water levels have been declining long enough that we've actually reached what is textbook for commingling declines. And that is the water levels then reach an equilibrium, and they level out and they start showing seasonal fluctuations.
And I'm seeing that over and over again in areas that up until now we thought were groundwater critical and were overdrafted. And it turns out the overdraft is commingling. And so we need to do some serious repair work and looking at it. We started in Mosier. We did the special well construction standards there, and that was supposed to apply out to all the rest of the wells in the Columbia River basalt. But we still have that problem that we have to address. And so therefore, I'm asking that, oh, and then I also have prepared a presentation on this vision that I would love to present to the commission before these rules are adopted, just so that you can see what alternative tools we may have out there to start addressing this. And so I ask that you place a pause on these rules until you've had a chance to consider this other strategy. And in my presentation, I look at different areas and I show you how many acres of prime farmland are still left to be developed. And it's not endless. It's a very small number in a lot of areas. And by closing these rules down, we've complicated things. And we're going to hurt the economy. We're just going to make it more difficult for the agricultural community. And one of the tools that we could have that would make a difference for keeping water in the streams is for the junior surface water users to actually be able to obtain groundwater rights so that each year they can switch off and go to from surface water to groundwater. So and a summary of my vision is attached with Greg's written testimony, and I hope you enjoy reading the article Beaver on Trial. And with that, do you have any questions?
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next in person, we have Lori O'Connor. Then after Lori, we'll have Richard Roy and Glenn Barrett. In order, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Quince and the commission in general. Thank you for traveling all this way. I think it's impressive that you're out here in the field. I'm glad that you're paying extra attention to the Harney Basin situation. I know I've testified to you before on Zoom, but this is a lot more fun. So I didn't come with any prepared notes. I feel a little bit out of my element. I am not a professional. I am a citizen resident. I became involved with the Harney Collaborative in 2015-16, quickly upon its formation. Initially, they had not set up special parts of the collaborative to represent anything outside of agriculture. They thought it was all an agricultural discussion at the beginning. I think many of them still assume it is. But I can tell you that the majority of people that are impacted in the Harney Basin by water issues and water management, the majority of people that will be harmed by bad decision-making and inadequate rulemaking will clearly be the private residents. We have no unified voice. We don't have a strong lobby. We worked diligently from the beginning of our involvement with the collaborative to form a unified voice and to find our tools to rectify problems in the water distribution and allocation in this county. Even before the critical study was called, there was obviously, critical decline issues in the basin. And we never could understand why OWRD had no tools to address it, nor were they actually kind of pointed toward addressing the issue. It took a critical study and a lot of additional research. It seems silly to me. We were already experiencing great declines in our aquifer. It has impacted many, many, many private residents and wells. I live off the edge of Weaver Springs, probably the greatest cone of depression in the state currently. The intelligence of putting in dozens and dozens of irrigated alfalfa fields in a desert, it just stymied everyone that wasn't involved with the commercial enterprise. Obviously, it was a bad decision and it was allowed to go on for a long time. So my concern with the new rulemaking process is that it's slow in coming. We thought that we would find ways to start resolving some of our decline issues during the process of studying and collaborative review. The domestic user group, technically supported using the rules that existed. We did give OWRD twice technical assistance requests in order to enact any rules that were present that would help us begin to conserve water. The need was there and it was a critical decline already. Went through all those 5, 6, 7 years, no changes. Now you're looking at rulemaking changes. I applaud that. I feel they're a little bit too conservative. I hope they're adequate to prevent further decline of our situation here. I suspect it's not adequate for at least for probably the majority of domestic well people. The harm is done and the harm will continue to be felt. But I hope for sure you can improve the rulemaking process in order to prevent this in other parts of the state. This is going to be a harmful situation for this community. Agriculture aside, there are other economic interests here. And one of those is just being a homeowner and an active member of a community and to be involved in other enterprises. And if the quality of life, designates that we have to live with a cistern in our yard, there aren't going to be a lot of people that will decide to stay here. So I applaud you in looking for new ways to manage this water. I support you. I hope that it can move forward fast. I doubt it will, but good luck. And I hope to see some, resolution to our problems. Thank you very much for coming out here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Richard Roy. How about Glenn Barrett?
Good afternoon, Chair and Commission. Thank you for allowing some public comments on this. I'm Glenn Barrett. I'm a rancher down in the Klamath County area. I'm currently president of Water for Life, and I'm a past committee member of the IWRS committee. And anyway, overall, I think these rules are going a little bit too fast. I think my biggest concern is unintended consequences, especially the changes to Division 9 and Division 10 of existing water rights. I mean, we keep being told that this is only for new water rights, but there has been changes in determining how the water is, or definitions of how the water is connected to surface water that will change proposed or change the definitions on how we regulate current water issues or current water wells as well. So I think the unintended consequences really need to be studied. It appears this is a moratorium on any new groundwater, and that needs to be looked at. I also would like to add a public meeting in Klamath Basin in your realm of public comment areas. And some of the changes also seem to shift the burden of proof to the landowner on acquiring new groundwater and away from the department. And that can add a proposed economic burden to new groundwater to the user. And I also feel that we haven't addressed the due process well enough, that we need to require that any groundwater users regulated according to Division 9 that have the right to contested case hearings if one is requested. And I don't believe the current rules address that. And as comprehensive as this proposal is, I believe it needs to have more time to air out through the RAC process or something that needs to be put back and pause a little bit to air out some of these issues. You've heard some great comments earlier. about doing that and looking at various other ways to apply these rules without the, again, the unintended consequences. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Roy, please.
Thank you, Commissioner and Commissioners. My name is Richard Roy. I'm represent Oregon Council of Trout Unlimited. I'm the Conservation Co-Director for Eastern Oregon, and I'm a resident of Harney County. I appreciate that the OWRD presentation and the rules acknowledge that groundwater and surface water in many cases are hydrologically connected. And so new appropriations of groundwater can come at the expense of fulfilling existing surface water rights and surface water uses, aquatic resources, recreation, and the like. So new issuances of groundwater rights may only occur when it's clear that the water is available in the system for allocation. New allocations of groundwater should be based on sufficient data to assure that groundwater levels in nearby wells are reasonably stable. Otherwise, we risk continuing to over appropriate groundwater at the expense of existing water users or water uses. Continuing to issue new groundwater rights in systems that are already declining can only exacerbate the state's water crisis. New water rights should only be issued when there are sufficient data to demonstrate that the water is available to appropriate, rather than the practice of defaulting to issuing permits if there are a lack of data. This precautionary principle approach is essential to preventing continued declines in our groundwater and surface water systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have several to comment virtually, and I'll begin with Mayor Michael Breeden from the City of Sisters, please. Is he on? Okay. Commissioner Phil Chang from Deschutes County, please. No. Stephanie Tidwell, Water Climate Trust.
Oh, hi. I was actually not signing up to comment about the Harney County groundwater designation, so I will pass to the next person.
Okay, thank you. This is that item B on the groundwater allocation.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and just briefly say that our organization is very much in support of Oregon Water Resources doing everything it can to address the critical statewide groundwater issues that we have. And, you know, we think that this critical groundwater designation processes, they're moving in the right direction. They're not moving there fast enough. So, you know, I think I would diverge from, you know, a lot of the people commenting and saying that we have a climate emergency, we have a groundwater emergency, and we've been deliberating for far too long. So we support you in moving forward quickly with this. And I would include a yes and stating that you don't have to wait to start curtailing wasteful uses of groundwater until these critical designation basins are in place. You have a public trust authority that you can use at your discretion to stop the dewatering of our waterways. Things are getting very serious out there. I think everybody in the room, everybody around would agree that water is becoming a very precious resource. And I thank you for taking it seriously, and I hope you can move as quickly as possible.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Claire Ruffing from the Nature Conservancy.
Good afternoon, Chair Clemson and Commissioners. My name is Claire Ruffing, and I'm a water scientist for the Nature Conservancy in Oregon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'm speaking in support of the draft groundwater allocation rules. There is clear and substantial data linking groundwater extraction to chronic and significant declines in groundwater levels in thousands of wells across Oregon. And there's also clear and substantial evidence that surface water resources are at or near capacity, causing water users to turn to groundwater supplies at an unprecedented rate. Our state's existing and outdated approach to groundwater allocations has created a crisis in places like the Harney Basin, where there are groundwater declines of over 100 feet in some areas. These alarming trends highlight that action is long overdue, and these updated rules are urgently needed. However, it's not too late to change course if action is taken now. The proposed groundwater allocation rules are a considerable improvement over the existing rules in several ways. First, they're grounded in peer-reviewed science and widely accepted principles of hydrogeology with respect to how groundwater levels are assessed and water availability is determined. They correctly account for the ways that groundwater use impacts surface water, including streams, rivers, wetlands, and lakes, to prevent unintended consequences for these systems. And finally, the rules follow the precautionary principle by ensuring that evidence exists to support additional allocation of groundwater rights. Holistically, the proposed draft rules will improve protections for existing senior surface water right holders and ensure that the water supplies supporting Oregon's communities and habitats are more sustainable and resilient in the face of climate change. The Nature Conservancy recognizes that the proposed rules directly support Oregon's integrated water resources strategy, specifically with respect to the recommended actions 10G, which addresses strengthening water quantity and water quality permitting programs, as well as recommended actions 11E, which addresses developing additional groundwater protections. The Nature Conservancy also appreciates the substantial outreach and education efforts that the Water Resources Department has made during this rulemaking process, including traveling across the state to solicit public comment over the past year and convening a large, diverse rule advisory committee to discuss the proposed draft rules. Sustainable, evidence-based allocations of groundwater benefit all of Oregon. The proposed draft rules may not reverse groundwater declines in aquifers that have already been pushed over the edge of sustainability, like in the Harney Basin, but they will help prevent other aquifers from reaching the same point. And so that's why the Nature Conservancy supports these proposed draft rules and why we urge the Commission to support them as well. Please see the joint letter from the Nature Conservancy and our friends at the Oregon Water Partnership, a group of 7 statewide conservation organizations unified in support of these proposed rules. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Kaylin Barter from the Wild Salmon Center, please.
Hello, can you see me, hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Chair Clemps, members of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on the proposed groundwater allocation rules. For the record, my name is Kaylin Barter and I lead the water policy program at the Wild Salmon Center. We're an international nonprofit headquartered in Oregon that has worked with local partners since 1992 to protect and restore the strongest remaining runs of wild Pacific salmon. We use science to drive policy, lead planning processes, and support implementation. And we know that the health of our water resources is directly linked not only to the recovery of our iconic wild fish, but also the vitality of our communities and economy. We believe Oregon is simply not Oregon without clean and abundant water. And the way to ensure that is through water policy that is balanced, proactive, science-driven, and regionally informed. So we work with partners at agencies, through coalitions, and in local communities to improve stewardship of this life-sustaining resource. Why does Wild Salmon Center care about how groundwater is allocated? Well, because maintaining sustainable groundwater supplies is critical to the health of Oregon's fish, rivers, and the communities they sustain. Having stable, healthy groundwater levels contributes cold, reliable water, even in the middle of a summer heat wave, that can mean the difference between life and death for cold water fish. Freshwater dependent fishing contributes $2.5 billion in net economic value and $500 million in direct spending on recreational fishing opportunities in Oregon, with much of that spending benefiting resource dependent rural communities. Those fish sustain deep cultural connections, including those of tribal communities that have stewarded these places and these beings since time immemorial. And these cold water seeps and springs may be the only water flowing in a stream during hot, dry summers. Streams that are the source of existing water rights for communities, farms, and industries. As you have heard today and for many years before this, the existing rules have failed to prevent overallocation of Oregon's groundwater and related harm to connected surface water. In fact, the existing rules were structured in a way that forced the department to put its head in the sand and only consider the impacts of any proposed new extraction within a mile and within a year. Worse yet, in cases where the department could not determine where groundwater was available to support further allocation, these groundwater applications were approved. In 2021, you issued clear policy direction. If you don't know, the answer is no. And recognizing that the existing rules are fatally flawed, you directed the department to draft rules for evaluating and issuing new groundwater rights to protect existing rights and manage Oregon's finite water resources sustainably. You knew this was going to be a paradigm shift in how we steward our publicly owned water supplies, but it was necessary to stop the bleeding. And with your leadership and direction, the department convened the top-notch Groundwater Allocation Rules Advisory Committee, whose hard work has generated the proposed rules you've heard about today. Rules that will position Oregon as a leader in sustainably managing its waters, rules that recognize our waters are finite and connected, and rules that will lead to innovation and attract investment. When it comes time for you to adopt these proposed rules in March of 2024, Wild Salmon Center urges you to adopt them, to celebrate this watershed moment, and to double down on your leadership role in making policies that maintain reasonably stable groundwater levels, that allocate within the capacity of the resource, and that are protective of existing water rights and the public interest. Thank you for this opportunity to offer comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the commission.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, next we'll go to Jeff Stone, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Quimps and members of the commission. My name is Jeff Stone. I serve as the executive director of the Oregon Association of Nurseries. We're your largest sector of ag, and you normally don't hear from me very often, which I hope you'll see more of me. Maybe after this, you will not feel the same, but I wanted to let you know that Director Woodcock is correct. This is a big issue, and I commend the commission for hitting this head on. The one of the big things I want to get out right away is the professionalism of the Water Resources Department staff in the rulemaking is beyond reproach. So I wanted to personally thank them for all their hard work and try to get all of us on in a room and try to be on the same page. I'll be mercifully brief. Because at this point, your will to live is probably diminishing rapidly. But I was part of the RAC and continue to be part of the RAC, and I'm proud of the nursery industry's participation in talking about this fundamental issue. It is important, and I would commend the commission to invite you to review the coalition letter submitted by several agricultural community folks dated July 7th. I won't go through those all, but they're fairly comprehensive. My one caution is that the rulemaking began at your direction during the Oregon legislative session. I would say that hampered some folks' ability to participate fully early on in the session. Now, I'm the executive director, so I have lobbyists, but I was able to, but I just wanted to point that out, that that was a compromising factor for people on both sides of this issue. Hey, Delilah, put yourself on mute. There we go. So sorry, Mr. Chair, that was your job. The legislature, you know, we work very diligently with the conservation community and with the rest of ag and the legislature to try to provide some sideboards about what this can and cannot be. I'm not saying that this doesn't have ramifications. It certainly does. For some of my members, it's beneficial. For some others, it is not. There are a whole host of other issues like transfers and others that have a direct relationship to the decisions that you will be making. For that reason, and for that reason really only, I would ask you to delay the implementation of this rule. We have asked the House Water Committee to have an informational hearing on this subject in November. I would welcome the members of the commission. I'd welcome my friends from the conservation side and ag to come and really start to really unfold what the bottom line and consequence of these rules will be. With that, I will be concluding, and thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry I could not be there in person.
Thank you for your comments, Jeff. Okay, next we should have Lisa Watch of Water Watch, Lisa Brown of Water Watch.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Quemps, members of the commission, for the record, Lisa Brown with Water Watch of Oregon. We first of all just want to really thank the commission and the department for taking on this critically important work of revising Oregon's groundwater allocation rules. It's really long overdue and very badly needed. Water Watch is very supportive of the draft rules, which will move Oregon to a science-based and much more sustainable system, and will also finally be consistent with Oregon's very forward-looking 1955 groundwater statute, which the existing approach is not. And I think as you've heard there in the Harney Basin, I'm sorry I couldn't be there today, but you know, under the existing rules, WRD overissued groundwater permits that allow the pumping of 110,000 acre feet per year in excess of recharge, dropping groundwater levels in some areas by more than 100 feet. This has had a devastating impact on domestic wells, also impacted senior irrigators and groundwater dependent ecosystems alike. And what's more, there's now so much groundwater pumping that while the groundwater used to naturally flow to a low point of the aquifer underneath the Malheur and Harney lakes, it is now instead flowing to the bottom of these enormous cones of depression that have been created by groundwater pumping in Weaver Springs and the Crane Buchanan area. We've probably permanently changed the groundwater flow paths in that basin, and that is truly astounding. And although we think the rules could be stronger in some places, the draft rules do create a groundwater allocation system that is in line with science, is far more sustainable, and complies with the statute. We want to thank, as echoing Jeff Stone, you know, the department for a very thoughtful approach to this rulemaking. There's been a lot of process. We've had a lot of conversations in the RAC meetings, as well as in the public meetings that preceded those. And we would urge the department and the commission to continue to move this along as expeditiously as possible. Because, you know, once these problems are created from the overallocation, it's very hard to fix it. And it's very expensive. I mean, the CREP program that you heard about earlier today for the Harney Basin, which won't solve the problem, but which will help. That's $43 million of public money. There's also a lot of public money going to address the domestic well declines. So we're just in a much better position if we can not create the problem to start with. That would have been better to do this rulemaking decades ago, before the Harney Basin and other places in Oregon were impacted. Getting these rules in place is it's critical and urgent for the people of Oregon and for the environment of Oregon. And I would just urge that you do not let short-sighted views or sort of pleas to maintain the status quo delay the process or weaken these carefully thought out rules. And for more detail, I would also refer you to the Oregon Water Partnership letter that was provided to you in advance. And I would thank you for your service on the commission and for the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we'll have Brock Dacian, please.
Hello. Chair Crumpson and members of the Oregon Water Resources Commission, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today on the proposed groundwater allocation rules. My name is Brock Dacian, and I am here representing Oregon Realtors. While we do support the efficient and beneficial use of water in Oregon, we have concerns about the impact of the proposed rules before you today. We urge the Water Resources Commission to amend the proposed rules to incorporate necessary flexibility for local governments that will ensure they're able to comply with their legal obligations to plan for and provide water within their jurisdiction, including for the development of future needed housing, while working with the Water Resources Department and the Commission to manage their groundwater resources in a reasonable and sustainable manner. Shortly after taking office, Governor Kotek announced her ambitious goal of producing 36,000 new housing units per year over the coming decade. An obvious implication of producing this many housing units is the need to maintain access to sufficient supplies of water that support them. As mentioned in comments submitted by Deschutes County Commissioner Phil Chang from League of Oregon Cities, Special District Association of Oregon, Central Oregon Cities Organization, and other stakeholders, the rules will have substantial impacts on the ability of cities to identify and obtain sufficient water allocations necessary to support the development of needed housing. In accordance with the proposed rules, groundwater can only be allocated to new beneficial uses, including municipal water use to support new residential development, if the department finds that water is available. As defined in the rules, water is available when a groundwater resource exhibits reasonably stable water levels and will not substantially interfere with surface water, as both terms are defined in Chapter 690, Division 8, Rule 1. The way these terms are defined in the proposed rules will cause significant challenges for municipalities which identify a need for additional water, even if that water is needed to support desperately needed housing development. This is supported by OWRD's staff report, which explicitly states that hydraulically connected aquifers would be closed to further groundwater appropriation in most parts of the state under the proposed rules. Based on the slide that we saw earlier today during staff's presentation, it looks like that's about 90% of the state and certainly the most populous areas. For Oregon's water management to be truly sustainable, social and economic impacts need to be accounted for. The meaning of sustainable use in these rules, as described in the staff report, focuses primarily on conservation and using equitable management. However, for water management to be equitable, it cannot limit development of or access to needed housing, especially affordable housing for our state's most vulnerable populations. One-size solutions applied statewide may be easy to administer, but they create substantial challenges for unique communities. One example is the communities in Deschutes County, which rely on the Upper Deschutes Basin Aquifer for water, a remarkably deep groundwater reservoir, which the communities have and continue to work diligently to manage sustainably. We encourage the Commission to adopt the requested changes submitted by Central Oregon Cities Association to ensure that the water needs of these communities can continue to be met. Additionally, as mentioned by several stakeholders today, we were not aware of this rulemaking process during the legislative session. The legislative session was focused heavily on housing, and our attention was focused very diligently on that session. So we urge the Commission to engage stakeholders representing the housing industry so that they can provide additional feedback regarding the rules' potential to interfere with the state's housing production efforts. And these conflicts can be remedied before the rules are adopted by the Commission. Thank you for your time and consideration of our testimony.
Thank you for your comments. And just real quickly, was there anybody who was planning to comment virtually that missed their opportunity that is back on perhaps?
I think Conrad Fisher signed up as well.
Hi, thank you. My name is Conrad Fisher. I work with Water Climate Trust. My family came to the Klamath Basin 4 generations ago during the Depression, and I've worked on water policy on both sides of the Klamath Basin, more on the California side. But I guess I would like to thank everyone for their hard work on this process, encourage you to implement rules as soon as possible. I would recommend 4 possible amendments to make them more effective and maybe more politically viable. One is the definition of what constitutes reasonable groundwater use and also what constitutes whether water is available. We addressed this at length in California, and the earlier presentation did get at protecting groundwater levels, but not necessarily what needs to be done to protect interconnected surface water. There are rivers in the Klamath Basin where groundwater levels go down every summer and back up to their original starting place every winter. So they're technically sustainable according to a lot of the definitions I saw earlier for humans, but not for fish. So the river still gets dewatered, but the groundwater table comes up. So California dealt with this. I would encourage you all to look at the portion of California's groundwater bill that deals with protection of interconnected surface water. I helped write it, and I'm happy to talk to any of you how to maybe include that. The other is an olive branch to most of the people who testified here today about protecting domestic uses, not wasteful outdoor uses for 20-acre lawns, but essential human needs for small domestic uses. I have a small domestic well in the Upper Basin. Also in California, we had carve-outs for the most essential human needs. So by dealing with that, we don't need to operate on the assumption that we're going to have to kick away the ladder on essential human needs in order to protect rivers and river ecosystems. Honestly, what humans need inside their house is a drop in the bucket compared to what we truly need to do, which is my last 2 points. First, prevent wasteful new applications. There are applications pending for new groundwater use. And I would highlight the Swan Lake Energy Storage Project as a glowing example. We don't need to give away unlimited groundwater use for this project or other wasteful projects, especially in this case when there are cost-effective alternatives to produce new energy, like solar, which is getting increasingly cheaper. This energy storage project is basically saying yes to an unspecified amount of groundwater extraction. And then finally, I would encourage everyone here and the state of Oregon to acknowledge its existing legal authority to curtail existing wasteful groundwater uses. Yes, we could stand to have some critical groundwater area designations, but they are not needed. You already have the power you need to curtail, to eliminate the most wasteful groundwater uses. We have the public trust doctrine, which is common law, reasonable use doctrine, which is in part of Oregon statutes, Endangered Species Act, Federal Endangered Species Act, which Oregon has obligations to support, and then other legal obligations for river-dependent communities. You have the power you need to eliminate the waste. So I would encourage you to, instead of kicking away the ladder on the most essential human needs, protect rivers, protect sustainability by preventing wasteful new allocations and eliminating existing wasteful uses. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we don't have any other commenters, so I think we have commission questions. No?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we're ready for a break. 15 minutes.
Eric, do you want to do 15 minutes or take that short?
Really?
Oh.
I can even get like a frozen fucking lasagna.
I don't know about that.
I'm not sure about that.
Hey, Chris, you're not muted. Chris Hall.
I wouldn't know.
Chris Hall, you're not muted.
Dr. Woodcock, are you on, and did you have any opening comments on this agenda item?
Thank you, Commissioner Quemps. I do. Division 10 has been a long, it's a set of rules that I just want to be clear for the commission that they understand that Division 10 are the rules that align our current process for determining, or excuse me, designating critical groundwater areas with our existing statutes that are in play. They are currently misaligned, and with the conditions that we are seeing around the state with overappropriation of groundwater resource, critical groundwater areas is an essential tool in being able to help reduce the rate of decline, or at least towards a goal of reducing it. We can't recover it, but we may be able to stabilize. And there's a lot of flexibility in critical groundwater area statute abilities. And so this is why we've undertaken this. It has been a long time coming, and it's a challenging issue. I think there's much confusion out there that these rules will be instituting critical groundwater areas around the state. And I just want to make sure everybody understands that is not the case. This is just the first step in developing our process for how it is that we designate those. Future critical area designations would be done in a separate rulemaking process, generally through our basin program rules is how we've done them historically. So this is the one rule related action item that we have today. So with that, Chair, I turn it back to you.
Thank you for that background. Ivan, do you want to introduce everybody and give us a presentation, please?
Chair Quemps, members of the commission, pleasure to be here again today. I want to take a quick minute. With me is Kelly Mines from our policy section and Tim Seymour, assistant manager for the groundwater section. These two, along with numerous other staff in the agency, have spent a significant amount of time over the last year working on the Division 10 process. It's a complicated rulemaking. I think you probably saw that as you work through our staff report, but it's very important to the state for long-term management of the groundwater resource there. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Kelly, and these guys will work through the presentation.
Chair Quemps, Commissioner. For the record, my name is Kelly Mines. I am the rule coordinator, rule writer for the department. This would be my first rule writing that I'm looking to get adopted today. So it's kind of a momentous moment for me as well as for the department. So the general plan today for the presentation is to walk you through the reasons why we need to update the Division 10 rules, and then talk about the rule writing process, what we took throughout the last year. I'll pass it over to Tim and he'll walk you through the actual critical groundwater area process, the two-step process laid out in the Division 10 rules. Then we'll come back to me and we'll talk about all the public comments, both written and oral, received, and the changes we made based off of those comments, and then ask the commission to adopt those rules afterwards. So let's go without further ado. Let's go ahead and get into this. There we go. Okay, so why do we need these rules? There's really two reasons. The first on the screen here is that the statutes for Division 10, so that would be RS 537.730 to 742, were last amended or updated in 1991. The current Division 10 rules that we have now in place were amended in 1990. So they are our line of statute. So we are working to bring with the adoption of Division 10 rules today, we're bringing them line in statute. But kind of a more practical reason why we are adopting these rules is that the current rule process for a critical groundwater designation is done by a state engineer, just issuing an order to groundwater users in the basin saying that this is a critical groundwater area. And as you can imagine, that process led to a lot of litigious battles, and it took many years. So that's why in 1991, is my understanding, the legislators saw fit to adjust the statutes for our Division 10 rules to make a more transparent process and a process that protects groundwater right users' due process rights. And so with our new rules, so again, the current rules that we have, it is done through order by the state engineer. With these proposed rules that we bring to you today, and Tim will get more into this, it's broken up really into two steps, right? So the critical groundwater area is designated by the commission. We bring you, as Director Woodcock said, we bring you rules, the basin rules with critical groundwater language. We ask you to adopt those rules, and that will establish a critical groundwater area. And then from there, we begin what we call the contested case process. But unlike what, to my understanding, is how the contested case process works is we do the order, the parties say we're contesting it. We do it opposite. We initiate the contested case. We then invite the groundwater rights and exempt users within the area that we are targeting to be parties to that contested case. Right. So these new rules provide opportunity for public input through rulemaking process. And also contested case process provide due process protections to groundwater rights holders and exempt users if use is limited. So again, two reasons. Current rules are very litigious and lead to a lot of legal battles. And then also the current rules are out of line with statutes that were last amended in 1991. So let's go ahead and get into our rulemaking process, what we did throughout this. So we kicked this off December 2022 through February 2023. We initially planned for 3 racks. Excuse me, let's just say March 2023. So we initially planned for 3 racks, and then we extended it and did a 4th rack in March. That'd be March 2nd. And then from April 1st onto May, we did the public comment period. We had initially a 50-day public comment period, but then we then extended that another 3 days to accept more comments. We were receiving a large volume of comments and we wanted to accept them. And then we, as you all can know now, we bring to you in September now to ask you for adoption of the rules. We had, as Ivan mentioned earlier today, we had one of the largest racks that the department has ever had for the Division 10. It consists of 33 members from across the state. Again, we met 4 times. They were represented conservation groups, agricultural interests, county planners, special districts, federally recognized Indian tribes, domestic well users, and non-governmental organizations and interests. We also, during the rulemaking process, was keeping our groundwater advisory committee up to date. And during the public comment period, we brought them the rules and they provided some input, and we incorporated their input into the rules that we bring to you today. So like I said, initially it was a 50-day public comment period. We extended it to 53 days. But the more reason why we have this slide up is that during the public comment period, we had 4 public hearings throughout the state. Ivan and I hopped in the truck, became best buds, and we started with in April 23rd. It's not on the slide. We had a meeting in Milton Freewater, and then April 26th, we had one here in this room in Burns. May 4th, we held a public hearing in Klamath, and then May 6th, we did a virtual meeting and in-person meeting in Salem. And then May 26th was the end of our first public comment period. I say first because we, in addition to the one extension, we did another extension of the public comment period, September 22nd. So that'd be last Friday, and we opened it to September 25th on Monday for more additional public comments on the rules. So we try to keep this as transparent as possible. We try to provide as much opportunity as possible for the public to comment on the rules. During the RAC, I would also like to point out that we had 30-minute public comment period for people to comment on the draft language. And we did have public comment each RAC during the 30-minute public comment period. So who do we all notify? We notified in the Secretary of State Bulletin. We did a Gov Delivery email to our rulemaking listserv. We also did a Gov Delivery email to our budget and legislative. We did a statewide press release that was picked up by local newspapers. We notified our Groundwater Advisory Committee, as well as all the chairs of relevant legislative committees and our RAC members. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Tim, and he's going to take you through the process, critical groundwater area.
Chair Quimps, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Tim Seymour. I'm the assistant manager for the groundwater section here at the department. So what I want to dig into here is the basic framework that's laid out in the Division 10 rules and try to walk us through what that process is going to look like if these rules are adopted as written. So the process, as Kelly laid out, is really a two-step process. And the first step is to designate a critical groundwater area through a rulemaking process. And we designate that generally in the basin program rules. And then once those rules are adopted and contain some level of corrective control provisions in rule, we would then initiate a contested case process in which we issue essentially a draft order and go through the process of actually applying those corrective actions to groundwater users within the critical groundwater area that's been designated. And so the first step can happen without the second step. It's possible to designate a critical groundwater area and not initiate a contested case process. But in order to curtail groundwater use of existing groundwater users, whether groundwater right holders or exempt users, we have to go through the second part in order to provide due process protections for those groundwater users. So this, I'm then going to dig in here and we'll talk through the two-step approach. So the first step, as I said, is that designation through a rulemaking. Yeah, next slide. Okay. And one more. Yep. Okay. So here I'm going to try to break down a fairly long process into a few steps. So first, we have to find that the criteria for designation are met. And on the next slide, I'm going to dig into what those criteria are. We heard about it a little bit in Justin and Annette's presentation on groundwater allocation, but we'll really get into those criteria next. After criteria have been met and the department has identified that, we will then move on to preparing a draft report. And this draft report is going to be based on the best available science, and it's going to provide substantial evidence for why we would need a critical groundwater area designation within an area of the state. And in this report, we're going to identify the criteria that are met under the statute that are required in order to designate a critical groundwater area. We're going to identify and characterize the groundwater reservoirs that exist and that are going to be included in the designation. And then we're going to identify corrective control measures that are likely to resolve the problems. So essentially, this groundwater report is going to lay out what the problem is, where the problem is, and how do we go about fixing the problem. This report provides the public an opportunity to see the science and the information that the department has and is using in order to make this decision and moving towards a critical groundwater area designation.
And as part of the process, we're going to post this report on our website in draft form and accept information and comment from the public during the entire process leading up to the end of the public comment period. And then at the end of the public comment period, we will take this report, we'll address comments, and we'll provide the commission before adoption of rules, we'll provide the commission with a final report. And that will then allow you to have the information and the information from the public for your decision-making purposes related to a critical groundwater area designation. After we've prepared this draft report, we're going to initiate coordination with affected local governments, and we're going to initiate engagement with federally recognized tribes. The purpose of coordination with affected local governments is to address land use planning needs. And it's to provide the opportunity for the local governments that have a land use planning nexus to have the opportunity to see the report that we've drafted and to coordinate with us on their land use planning their land use plans with regards to the critical groundwater area designation. And engagement with federally recognized tribes is intended to provide federally recognized tribes throughout the state, but specifically any that are impacted by that critical groundwater area designation, to have an opportunity to engage with us ahead of that. We use the term engagement instead of consultation because there is a federally recognized consultation process that federal agencies work through when they interact with tribes. And we didn't want to confuse the language of what a federal agency has to do with what we were intending to do. And so we decided to use the term engage there instead of consult. So then after we've initiated those engagement, and we will then move on and initiate the RAC process and begin drafting rules. And in that RAC process and the drafting of rules, there's some criteria that the Division 10 rules specifically state have to be in those rules. And so some of those criteria include that boundaries have to be drawn. So obviously we have to have lines on a map that tell us where we're going to be designating a critical groundwater area. And we also have to specifically designate which aquifers, which groundwater reservoirs, as the statute states, are going to be included in the critical groundwater area designation. And those groundwater reservoirs can be included in whole or in part. So it doesn't have to be an entire groundwater reservoir. It could be a subsection of that groundwater reservoir. Those boundaries can also include sub-area boundaries, so within it. So we can take a larger critical groundwater area and divide it into multiple chunks for the intent of applying management practices differently in different areas based on the hydrogeologic conditions and the variance in hydrogeologic conditions within a groundwater reservoir. Other items that have to be included in the rules are provisions for periodic review. So anytime a critical groundwater area is designated, those rules must be reviewed at least once every 10 years. If a provision is included in the rules that curtails groundwater use or limits groundwater use, then those rules have to be reviewed at least once every 3 years. And those are requirements in statute. And so we included them in the rule for clarity and ease of reading. And then the last piece is that the rules may contain corrective control provisions. And again, I'll dig more into that on the next slide. So after we've drafted rules and we've gotten to a proposed set of rules, we're going to notice the Secretary of State's office per the requirements for rulemaking, and we're going to provide additional notifications. And those additional notifications are specifically called out in statute, and we're required to notice the owners of record of all groundwater registrations, inchoate transfers, permits, and certificates for groundwater use within the affected area. So essentially everybody who has a permit, a groundwater right. And then also all tax lot owners within the affected area that are not within a municipal or quasi-municipal water service area. So this was feedback from the Groundwater Advisory Committee, and they wanted us to make sure that we were looking out for potential exempt users who might be within the area that don't also have a groundwater right. And so by addressing tax lot owners, we're trying to get at that specific group of people. And then the last one is each well constructor licensed under ORS 537-747. And so that would be the well constructors that the department has licensed, and we'll notify them specifically as well. And then as part of the public comment and hearings period, we're required to hold at least one public hearing within the affected area, or as close to the affected area as feasible, since some of these critical groundwater designations could be out in places that don't have public infrastructure. And so rather than having a public hearing standing in the middle of a field, we chose to go to the nearest feasible location. So that takes us through the notification, public comment, and hearings. The department then develops that final report, and we develop final rules, and we'll propose those for rule adoption to the commission. And that's the basics of the process. So any questions on that process before we talk about criteria and corrective controls that we can put in rule?
One question about the contested case assumption. This may be completely irrelevant, but is it possible that something could be done with, for example, the voluntary agreement approach that was described earlier? Or is there something statutory or otherwise? Or is it just the assumption you mentioned protection of due process?
So Chair Quemps, Commissioner Mole, the voluntary agreement process, as written in statute, is not limited by the critical groundwater area designation process. So a voluntary agreement may be entered into at any time by the users of a groundwater reservoir. And so they have the ability to begin a voluntary agreement at any time and voluntarily agree to some level of curtailment and present that to the commission for adoption. And the statute says if that happens, then the voluntary agreement as adopted by the commission can control in lieu of an order. And so any voluntary action can essentially supersede this process if the commission adopts it.
Just for clarification, wouldn't necessarily have to go into contested case hearing.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
great, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So Tim, the draft, the report is a draft to begin with, and then there'll be a RAC. And is it correct to think that in that RAC process, or even during the public comment period, people could take issue with the findings of the report and try to make a case that's different from what the department's case is?
Chair Quemps.
Is that your expectation? Yeah.
Yeah, Chair Quemps, Commissioner Reeves, I think that's actually the intent.
Okay.
The intent here is to provide the best available science and substantial evidence for a critical groundwater area designation. And we believe the department needs to be held to that standard and provide that to the public in a transparent way, and then give the public the opportunity to comment on that and provide us with any information they have that may be counter to it, so that we have to address those issues and ensure that what we're doing is the right thing to do based on the best available science.
And so the report would get finalized at the time that you present it for adoption.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. And I just want to advise commissioners, since we're into questions, that DOJ counsel Jesse Ratliff is on Zoom with us, if you have any questions for him during this process.
So if we go to the next slide, Kelly, thank you. Criteria for designation. So this is what would allow the department to kick off the entire groundwater area designation, critical groundwater area designation process. And so there's a few criteria here. First one is that groundwater is overdrawn. And the second one is that groundwater levels show excessive declines. So here we're back to that same excessive declines definition that was talked about earlier. It can also be that groundwater levels are declining excessively. So there's a magnitude quantification there, and there's a rate quantification as well. And then the next three are all patterns of substantial interference. And basically it's a pattern of substantial interference is found between wells and senior surface water rights, or between wells and the production of geothermal resources. So there's a geothermal component here that could be looked at as well, should that ever be necessary. And then the last one is if groundwater is being polluted or is about to be polluted and impact the public health. And so the critical groundwater area designation could be used in that situation as well. Yep. And those are the criteria that allow us to kick off the critical groundwater area designation. And those are a list of ORs. So if any one of those is met, we can designate a critical groundwater area. We have the statutory authority. So next we'll talk about what corrective controls can go in rule. And now remember, these are the rules that designate the critical groundwater area. And none of these specific restrictions or controls that would be put in rule by themselves curtail groundwater use. They set up the process by which we can curtail groundwater use, but they by themselves do not curtail groundwater use. And so these corrective controls include closing the critical groundwater area to further appropriation. So essentially blocking all future permits. And this is a little bit different than say classification in the fact that the department is allowed to refuse groundwater rights. Whereas with some of the other tools we have, we can't outright refuse an application. We have to review it. But this allows us to outright refuse groundwater applications. The next one is determining a permissible total withdrawal. And this is an acronym that we've all come to love. But essentially what it means is the total amount of pumpage that will be allowed in either a sub area or the critical groundwater area as a whole. So essentially this is a number that we will have to come to of what will be allowed to be pumped out of the groundwater reservoir within the critical groundwater area. And we'll come back to this when we get into the contested case process. We'll talk more about that PTW number. The next one is a disposition of pending water right applications. So any water right applications that come in during the critical groundwater area designation process or that are outstanding can be dispositioned, and we can choose how to handle those, whether we approve or deny them. Number 4 is additional requirements that are necessary to protect public welfare, health, and safety. This one is obviously very broad. It's a surprisingly broad authority. And so this really allows us flexibility in the critical groundwater area designation to get to potentially the right solution to the problem. That may not just be as easy as we're going to curtail X amount of groundwater pumpage. Number 5 is closing all or parts of the critical groundwater area for thermal characteristics. So this would obviously be in the situation where a critical groundwater area designation is being done for geothermal reasons. And then the last one is determining a total permissible change in thermal characteristics. So again, if we're dealing with a geothermal problem, we need the corrective controls to address those specifically. So these are the controls that go into rule. And so now if we go to the next slide, we get into the contested case process, which is step 2.
One more question about that. The disposition. If there's an application pending when the critical groundwater area is adopted, did you say that it gets treated as if it is an application in a critical groundwater area?
It allows us, Chair Quemps and Commissioner Reeves, still getting used to the formality, obviously. What it allows us to do is write in rule how we will deal with them. So it doesn't by itself disposition them. It allows us to decide how we will disposition them. So we would write in rule, who knows what it would be, right? We could write in rule that we're going to deny all applications that were outstanding. We could also write in rule that we're going to approve all applications that were outstanding.
Or that you're going to treat them as if they're in the critical groundwater area.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. It gives the rulemaking process the flexibility to be able to decide how to handle those.
Thanks.
Yep. Okay, so now on to the much more complicated contested case process. So if you can believe it, that was the easy part. And now we get to go through the contested case process. So in this process, we essentially kick it off by preparing and delivering an initial notification of corrective control orders. So you can think of that as like the department saying to the public, hey, we're about to issue an order, a draft order. And the second step is then we prepare and deliver a notification or a notice of proposed corrective controls orders. And you can think of that as just a draft order. So essentially the first step is to say, hey, we're going to do this thing. And the next step is to say, here's what we're doing. And so as part of that initial notification, we're trying to let the public and as many people as possible know that we're moving forward with a draft order for the critical groundwater area, and that we're going to be applying corrective control orders. We give the people the opportunity to then anyone who is not likely to be a named party, so people who would be notified that they are likely to face curtailment would be noticed directly. But people who are not within the critical groundwater area will then have the opportunity to request notice of the proposed corrective control orders as well. And so this gives the opportunity for more parties than just those who own property or water rights or are exempt users within the critical groundwater area to potentially be a part of the process, because there are more interests in potentially a critical groundwater area than just those with water rights. So that's the first step. And then in that second step, the notice of proposed corrective control orders, as I said, is that actual draft order that is going to be sent to the people that are going to be affected. So that would be the groundwater right holders and any exempt users that are going to be curtailed as part of this process. And so if we go to the next slide, we'll talk about what corrective controls can be put in that draft order. So the authorized corrective control orders, or the authorized corrective controls that can exist within that order, first is apportioning the permissible total withdrawal for a groundwater right holders by priority date. So essentially we take that PTW number, right? We've decided this is the allowable amount of pumpage that can happen within the critical groundwater area. And now we divide that out amongst the water right holders within that area. And we have to do that by priority date. So following the prior appropriation doctrine. The second one is we can set a preference without reference to relative priorities for residential and livestock watering first. So depending on what that PTW number is, there may be the need to prioritize residential and livestock uses first. And so that's an opportunity there as well. The third one is reducing or adjusting the permissible total withdrawal for groundwater users or users with 2 or more wells. So essentially we can tell water right holders that have multiple points of appropriation on a single right which well they can use or what combination of their allowable pumpage has to come from each well. So in the situation where somebody has 2 wells, we could say you're only allowed to pump out of well 1 and not well 2. You're allowed to pump 50% out of well 1 and 50% out of well 2, or you're only allowed to pump out of well 2. And so that allows the department the flexibility to decide based on well construction and other needs, which well will be used for pumpage in that critical groundwater area. And so it's more flexibility for managing that specific right in the critical groundwater area. And then number 4 is requiring the abatement or sealing of wells responsible for polluting or impairing the groundwater supply. So this again gives us the ability to directly affect wells that are problematic. And then the last one is requiring or specifying a method of rotation of groundwater use within the area. So we have the authority in corrective control orders to require the rotation of groundwater use. And so that's just another option for flexibility within the critical groundwater area designation. So these are the corrective controls that can go into an order. And next, I want to talk about who we notify and how. So when we send out the initial notification of corrective control orders, that's a more broad, hey, public, we intend to do this. And so first class mail to affected local governments, federally recognized Indian tribes, and property owners with tax lots within the critical groundwater area. And so that's a really direct group of people. Next is through publication in the OWRD weekly bulletin for 4 consecutive weeks, on the OWRD website, and in the local newspaper for at least 2 weeks. And then the last is we are required to hold at least 1 meeting within that critical groundwater area or within the most feasible location nearby. And so that's how we send out the initial notification of corrective control orders. The next step, as I said, was then to actually notice the draft orders. And so here we're sending by certified or registered mail the notice of corrective control orders directly to groundwater right holders or to exempt users whose groundwater use would be limited. So this is a very direct and targeted approach at trying to reach those people. By regular mail, we then have persons who have requested copies of the order and chose mail as their preferred contact method. So in the initial notification, we allow people the opportunity to request a copy of the orders. And so they can request it either via mail or email. We're trying to be as digital as possible. And so anyone who has requested a copy will get it either via email or mail, whichever way they chose. And then again, through publication, we put it in the OWRD weekly bulletin for 4 consecutive weeks, and then on the OWRD website. And so this is really the ways in which we're required to target specific individuals with notification. So next slide. So now that we've set up the process and we've put together a draft order and we've notified everybody, we then have to prepare for a hearing. And this is the actual contested case hearing where that we're required to go through. And so in preparing for the hearing, water users whose use is going to be limited, so these could be either water right holders or exempt users, are required to file a notice of party status with the department. And that basically says, hey, I do want to be part of the contested case process, and I want to attend the hearing and go through that process. The other is interested parties who are not going to have their use limited because they don't have a groundwater right or are not an exempt user, can petition for party status. And if those entities or people petition for party status, then the Water Resources Department accepts that petition and has to notify all current parties to the case. And so we notify all parties of the petition, and then the department gets to decide on petitions for party status. And as part of that, the department can also specify areas of participation and procedural limits for any granted participants. So any party, any person who we allow to be a party to the case, we can specify how they get to participate and what that looks like. And then after we've made determinations on party status, we then again have to notify all of the parties of who has been included in the case so that all parties are aware of each other. And then the last step is that the director prepares a list of issues and refers that matter to the Office of Administrative Hearings. So essentially, we bundle all that up and we take the list of issues, we take the list of parties, and we give that to the Office of Administrative Hearings so that an actual hearing can be conducted. And if we go to the next slide, the Office of Administrative Hearings then assigns an administrative law judge, and we go through the process of actually conducting a contested case hearing. And that process, we are not really modifying in any way, and we will follow the standard procedure there for a contested case. And at the end of that, the administrative law judge is going to issue a proposed order. And when that proposed order is issued, if we go to the next slide, parties can then take a look at that and they can decide if they want to file an exception or not. And if they file an exception, they have 60 days to do so. And then you as the Water Resources Commission are required to consider all timely filed exceptions. And then after doing so, issue a final order. And once that final order is issued, then we can actually begin to regulate on it and curtail groundwater use. And that's the point at which actual water users begin to lose access to their water based on this process. And there's a lot there. And I'm willing to take any questions on the process.
Really quick question. One really quick question about notification. You listed a number of things that are very 20th century in terms of contacting people, and I know that we want to maintain that. But I assume that doesn't preclude us from using other communications tools that somebody's thinking about right now that we aren't seeing yet.
Yeah, Chair Quemps, Commissioner Mole, that's absolutely right. So these are the bare minimum. And then this is what we're required to do. We can go above and beyond, absolutely. All right, Kelly, let you talk public comment.
Okay, Chair Grips, Commissioners, so we're gonna go through the public comments now that we received, kind of talk about changes we made based off public comments, not all changes. If we were to do that, it would probably take us the full 4 hours of the commission meeting. So we're just going to give you kind of a sample. So overall, we received 40 written public comments, 102 form letters, and then 21 oral comments on the Division 10 rules. We would like to make a correction in our staff report. We had a letter from Representative Reski, but that letter also contained signatures from other representatives. So these next 3 slides are all the names of those representatives that sent that letter. I'm just gonna it's gonna be like movie credits. We're just gonna slowly move through them. I'll have you guys read them. So 23 in all legislators signed that letter. So we just want to acknowledge that for the public record. Okay, so these are a sample of an incorporate public comments based off the oral written comments. We amended the definition of person to include more people allowed to apply for party status into the contested case. So those are like cities. We had municipalities, and cities can now apply for a party status in the contested case. We also amended definitions as well within our definition section and added new definitions. We clarified the engagement process with the federally recognized Indian tribes based off comments received. We also made the report a more robust public process. Initially in the report, when we filed it for notice, was simply just an informational report for the commission. It had turned into the more robust evidentiary report that we post online and accept public comments, and that was changed based on public comment. We also kind of defined the geographic areas where corrective controls can be applied. It wasn't very clear in our rules that we noticed that they could be applied to within not just the critical ground area, but also within sub areas within that critical ground area. So we made that very clear in our rules. And then, of course, correcting any grammar, spelling changes in sections and whatnot. We did want to address some of the public comments that we received opening in this last public comment section last Monday through Friday. There's a couple comments we want to address. So all 5 of the commenters had a concern with the new language in 690-10-133D. That language was intended to say the department's position of if we are doing a critical groundwater designation, we are considering the groundwater reservoir to be adjudicated. We understand that the concern of the word tentatively, we have the word tentatively in that sentence, is the concerning word. How can we do a critical groundwater designation if we've considered it tentatively adjudicated? So we agree with those comments and are going to recommend to remove that language in our alternative 2 when we ask you to adopt the rules tonight. Any additions to that?
Yeah, I believe the tentative was towards the boundaries of the critical groundwater area.
Yeah, correct.
Not the adjudication process. So it's the department's position that we're not required to adjudicate a groundwater reservoir prior to designation of a critical groundwater area.
There are also comments with inconsistent language in section 190 192 and then 182 AE. We said in 2E that we will be notifying all groundwater users and exempt well users who may be affected. And then 190, we changed the notification to will be affected. So that's going to leave out groundwater users that aren't necessarily going to be ordered but still could be part of the contested case. So in our recommendations to you tonight, we're going to align those 2 sections together to change it to may be affected. So all groundwater users and exempt users can apply for party. Yeah. So here's some samples of incorporated public comments that we did not incorporate it. There were multiple commenters concerned with section 690-10-140 of our rules. That section is the department's responsibility to coordinate with state agencies for land use planning to ensure state agency coordination plan alignment. They were concerned that special districts, water agencies, elected officials should also be consulted during that process. That is a statutory requirement, and we cannot consult them, add them. But however, we would like to note that during our RAC process, we tried to grab as many different interested parties within the to be a part of the RAC. And we will certainly be looking for special districts, water agencies, legislators, anyone who'd be interested in helping us form these critical groundwater area designation rules. So that is the reason why we left that out. There were also comments and concerns that we should not allow third parties without water rights to be part of the contested case. Is the department's position that we should respect everyone's due process rights, and anyone who wants to be part of the contested case should be allowed to. They'd still have to apply for party status, and then the department can determine their role in the contested case. The reason being that we leave that open because even if someone doesn't have a groundwater right, could be a business owner, could be somebody who will be impacted by a critical groundwater designation. So we want to leave that door open. So that's why we did not need to incorporate that language. So section 690-10-210-4, we limit the amount of discovery that could be requested to the department. The reason being that we've done that, we limit it to the statutory requests for discovery. But our reason for adding that language is that these contested cases are going to have hundreds of parties, and to limit the undue burden and staff time for discovery, we're limiting it to what's required statutorily of us. And then lastly, the 30-day deadline, for a groundwater and exempt groundwater rights holder to file for party status is too short. So that's where we're talking about when we notice the draft order. So there's the initial one and we notice the draft order. They have 30 days to apply for party status to be part of the contested case. The recommendation was for 120 days. The reason why we did not incorporate that was because in the initial notification, we call out who was going to be considered a party member, and that's going to be at least a month, maybe more in advance from the actual order. So that will give them time to prepare to become a party. If they want to get a lawyer, they can get a lawyer. And then once they receive that notice, they have 30 days. This also ensures a more smoother contested case. Smoother in quotations. Those are often not smooth, but we're trying as smooth as possible. Okay, and so also with kind of change to language in the rules, there were also just some general concerns that we heard from the commenters. The first one is there was a concern that the Division 10 rulemaking process did not provide enough opportunity for public comment. The department's position is that we did provide opportunity for public comment. We had multiple public hearings, we had 5 racks with plenty of public comment with 30 minutes for public comment, as well as we opened up the public comment period twice with a 53-day long run and short public notice. So it is our position that we did try to make the rulemaking process as transparent and open to the public as possible. Another kind of concern we heard was that the Division 10 rules have a lack of clarity on how these proposed rules will affect the existing critical groundwater areas in the state, and the rules should not apply to existing critical groundwater areas. So our last section, section 240, is how the department can amend existing critical groundwater areas in the state. But if we were to amend existing critical groundwater areas, we would have to go through the Division 10 rulemaking process that is required. If we wanted to amend orders in those critical groundwater areas, we would need to follow that step 2 process again. So we can, I guess the takeaway is we can change existing critical groundwater area conditions and boundaries. Actually, Tim or Ivan, I don't know if you want to provide like an example of something that might be.
Chair Quims, members of the commission, Ivan Gall for the record. We do have 7 established critical groundwater areas in the state. back, again, the latest or last ones that were established were in the late 80s, early 1990s. Additional data and information have been collected since. Some sub areas were established as an example in some of those basalt critical areas. And today we understand that the boundaries of those sub areas could have been drawn in different locations, given the additional data that we have today. So that's an example of a potential modification for a existing critical groundwater area that could be carried out to improve management of that system.
Thank you, Evan. So there's another concern. So in the rules that we sent to the commission, sorry, I have to step back. So the rules that we notified during the contested case process, we made groundwater rights holders and exempt groundwater rights holders or exempt users automatic parties to the contested case. But later in those rules, we then said that the exempt users and groundwater rights users need to apply for party status. So those two are inconsistent. Are they automatic parties or do they have to apply for status? So we made a change to where they need to apply to be a party. And the reason being, one, that ensures an uninterrupted contested case process, but is my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but as my understanding, if again, just the context is these are hundreds of parties contested case. If a party does not show up during the hearing, the administrative law judge may potentially pause the hearing to make sure that the parties can come. So we're just trying to ensure an uninterrupted case as best as we can. And then lastly, there was a concern about the report that Tim was talking about earlier, that it is creating a substantive and procedural requirement that will hamper the critical groundwater process. The department believes that the report is, as proposed, provides a transparent and consistent and defensible process for establishing a critical groundwater area. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and alternatives. Any questions or comments? Great. All right, so we have three alternatives for you today. The first one would be to adopt the final proposed rules contained in attachment 5. The second one would be adopt modified final proposed rules. And the third would not adopt rules and request the department to further evaluate issues. The acting director recommends alternative 2. And so that is adopt a modified final proposed rules. And so what we are proposing is adopting the final modified final proposed rules, striking section 690-10-133D from the rules and changing 690-10-0192 to a notice of party status. Person hold a groundwater rights whose groundwater use maybe is the operative word, limited. The exempt users whose groundwater use may be limited as described in those proposed corrective control orders will be deemed to have been named to the parties. And also we recommend changing 690-10-196 to 195 because it was misnumbered. It should be 5. And then we have individual slides for each one of those recommendations again, just to make it a little bit more clear. Okay, so first, we're recommending removing this language entirely, 690-10-133D from the record. We want to remove it from the rules. Okay. Secondly, we want to change 690-10-192 to remove will and add maybe to the language to align with section 182E, 3E, one of those, to align with that language. And then lastly, we're recommending changing 190 section 6 to 190 section 5 to correct the misnumbering. And this is where I'm going to need your help. I actually don't know how to ask him to vote. To be honest.
Chair Quinn, members of the commission, we'll turn it over to you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Any discussion? We're ready for a motion.
There we go. Gonna ask you to go back to that slide. I move that commission go with adopt alternative 2 in the staff report, which is to adopt modified final proposed rules. The modification would be to strike section 690-010-0130 sub 3 sub D. The second one would be to change 690-010-0190 sub 2 to say notice of party status, persons who hold a groundwater right whose groundwater use may be limited and exempt users whose groundwater use may be limited as described in the notice of proposed corrective control orders will be deemed to have been named parties to the, and the rule goes on from there without any modifications from what was in the staff report. And then the last modification would be changing 690-010-0190 sub 6 to 690-010-0190 sub 5.
Thank you. Could you reread that for clarity? Thank you, Commissioner Reeves. Do we have a second? Moved by Commissioner Reeves, seconded by Commissioner Kahara. I'll call for a vote unless you would like to. Commissioner Wolf,
Yes.
Commissioner Mull,
Yes.
Commissioner Kahara.
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Reeves,
Yes.
Commissioner Smitherman,
Yes.
and then do we still have Commissioner Lee on the line?
Yes, and I vote yes.
Thank you. Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the report.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Open comment. Oh, there's a comment. Right.
We have a couple commenters, Ken Beerley, and then I think Karen Nowatzki, is that correct? You got it?
For the record, Ken Beerley, I'm a consultant with the Harney Basin Watershed Council and been working with the Integrated Water Resources Plan for the Harney Basin for a third of my retired life. Would like to commend you for adopting this. This has been a very thoughtful rulemaking process. I have two comments. One is I really appreciate the language on engagement with tribes. Made previous comment and it looks like it was been made. The other comment I have is I'd like to make it clear on the record that the corrective control order will apply under section 690-10-010-0070. While it's not to sub areas, it's not specific in that provision, but it is specific, as Ivan has pointed out to me pointedly, that it is mentioned in the previous section 690-010-0160. So I think that's, I want to make sure, because when I was listening to the Groundwater Advisory Committee presentation yesterday, it's very clear that these rules will be applied to the Harney Basin very soon, or as soon as will probably be the first place they will be applied. And there was a conversation about applying the corrective control measures to sub areas rather than to the entire basin. I want to make sure that that is clear and on the record. And I appreciate your diligence, and good God, it's late. But while you were on a trip, I had the good fortune to be on an airboat on Malheur Lake. And I want to report that Malheur Lake looks better than it has for 35 years. That there's thousands of acres of bulrush out there. The birds are thick. It's an amazing comeback. And it's something that the people of this basin should be very proud of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ken.
Wait, can we ask you a question?
No.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Given your tenure in Oregon and these sorts of things and your commitment to voluntary agreements and collaboratives, I'm curious if you want to speak on the record about the prospect of sort of voluntary agreements versus contested cases versus are we going to be able to do this productively and perhaps less litigiously than we had in the past?
I think that there are now tools that can help that. I don't think it will be, it'll depend on the owners of the majority of water rights. So there are real opportunities to develop voluntary agreements here because of concentration of ownership. And so you're dealing with a relatively small number of people who could agree on how they might do something differently than control only through prior appropriation. So there's a possibility here. I also see and have observed from other places that incentives alone are insufficient. You need some regulations that will push towards incentives, but you definitely need incentives as an alternative for people to turn to rather than regulation alone, because the regulatory tools that the agency have are clumsy, time consuming, and difficult on both the agency staff as well as the public. And they don't take into consideration a lot of the possibilities that are available given incentive-based approaches. So I think there's a balance that's happening here that could happen here that might be instructive for the future.
Thank you for being such a big part of that, Ken.
And I'm telling that lie and sticking to it.
Okay, do we have Karen Lewowski in the room to comment?
No.
We have two online, Stephanie Tidwell, then Chris Hall, please.
Stephanie Tidwell with my camera on. Here we go with Water Climate Trust again. I'm going to be super brief. I think you're moving in the right direction. Again, in light of our climate emergency, it's slow, it's painful for everyone, but we need a yes and. We need to implement these rules. We need to change your guidelines to make them work. We need to do all of the conservation measures we can. We've got to do better before we end up like Central California, where their aquifers are compacting and they're losing elevation every year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chris Hall.
Chair Quemps and commissioners, I just want to thank you so much for the work that you've done, and I want to congratulate the Water Resources Department on one of the momentous, great acts that your department and commission have done in decades. In 1991, Bill Young, who was the director at the time of the Water Resources Department, was working with the legislative elected officials 32 years ago to pass House Bill 2192. And now today, 32 years later, the rules have been adopted according to the APA standards to be able to work with local communities to adopt critical groundwater area standards and impose corrective control provisions. This is one of the most important tools the state has to hold water in trust for the public and to serve the public interest. I was involved on the RAC for this project, and I saw diligence like I've never seen before in a public agency with such a high order of politically charged concerns. All I have to say is you've really done an amazing job, and I'm incredibly proud to be an Oregonian today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any other business for the good of the commission? No. Okay, well, before we adjourn, on behalf of the commission, I'd like to thank all the stakeholders that came here today, particularly the people that traveled a long ways to be here and to speak in person, and those that were online virtually and patiently waiting for their opportunities. It's really important to be together again in person. As we heard, we're talking about some of the most important decisions we'll have made in decades. And so we really value the input, and it's very important to listen to each other. So thank you for making the time to do this. And I think we are adjourned.
I love it.